At 2:13, someone inside Echo Point Station accessed a message that should not have existed. By morning, the storm was the least of their problems.
Chapter 1. Routine Silence. The storm hadn't let up in 6 days. Wind rattled the comms deck, sleet clattered against the windows. The steel frame groaned with every gust. Kira North stood by the main observation window in the upper comms deck, arms folded, watching snow shear sideways across the floodlights outside. Wind screamed against the reinforced glass. Somewhere beneath that white abyss, the rest of the world had gone silent. The storm didn't bother her. Weather could be measured, predicted. It was people who disrupted protocol. That never changed, not even down here. Behind her, the station creaked and groaned like an old ship. Pipes ticked, steel flexed. Her reflection hovered ghost-like on the glass, pale face, dark thermal gear, tension locked in her shoulders. Echo Point Station wasn't built for comfort. It had been carved into the ice like a bunker and retrofitted year after year with just enough parts to keep it breathing. Fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead. A dull hum filled the silence. Fans, compressors, the nervous heartbeat of a system slowly wearing thin. The air smelled faintly of ozone, copper, and thawed plastic. Somewhere down the corridor, water dripped rhythmically into a bucket.
But that was before the blackout. Now it was something else entirely.
Still no comms, she asked without turning. From the corner of the same room, cluttered with patch cables, spare batteries, and half-disassembled signal amplifiers, Nico Reyes muttered, "Dead air, same as yesterday, same as last week." She turned. Reyes was hunched over a console, black hair shoved under a knit cap, half a ration bar clenched between his teeth. Suddenly, the overhead lights blinked twice and dimmed. The monitor in front of Reyes gave a sharp pop and went dark. "Shit," he muttered, tapping the side of the console. Nothing. He crouched, yanked open a panel beneath the desk, and began fiddling with the wiring. A few sparks danced as he rewired a junction. The hum of the system stuttered, then returned. "That's the 3rd short this week. One more and we'll be soldering with spit." The screen blinked back to life. "There we go. Crisis averted. Until the next one." He didn't look up. "If this power drop keeps trending, we're having emergency stew tonight. You like your freeze-dried with a hint of diesel, right?" Kira didn't smile. She rarely did. "I'll cook," he added. "Not a threat, a promise." "System integrity?" she asked. "Stable-ish. External sensors are still lagging and the east relay is acting drunk. I'll fix it after my date with the heating grid." She crossed to the main console. A wide, scuffed terminal bolted into the far wall of the command module, scanning readouts. Battery levels, wind velocity, ambient temperature, internal oxygen balance. Everything holding, barely. He leaned back in his chair, watching her. "You ever think maybe the storm's never going to end?" She ignored that. From the far hallway, soft footsteps echoed. Dr. Lena Volkov appeared in the doorway, half-shadowed beneath a hood. "Commander," she said. "Someone accessed the message bank last night." Kira's head tilted slightly. "What time?" 0213. "Who?" The user ID was masked. Of course it was. Kira exchanged a glance with Reyes. He raised an eyebrow but didn't speak.
Volkov stepped further in. "At first I thought it was a diagnostic, maybe a log glitch. I checked the sensor feeds myself, but no, the access was deliberate."
Kira nodded. "Show me." As they exited the comms deck, the hallway lights flickered with a hesitant buzz. The narrow corridor leading to the main terminal was lined with frost-glazed conduit and scuffed emergency lockers. Somewhere nearby, the muffled sound of laughter echoed briefly. Cast and Row probably in the rec room again. A ping-pong ball bounced once, then again before silence reclaimed the base. In the command module, dim, low-ceilinged, and always too cold, the lights flickered once before stabilizing. Kira sat at the main terminal as Volkov pulled up the system logs. The playback interface blinked, then loaded the last known message from McMurdo. The file was partially corrupted, audio static, flickers of a face, a voice, male, urgent, strained through distortion.
Do not let anyone in. Repeat. Do not let anyone in, even if they look like us.
The screen cut to black. Kira sat still.
A sudden memory pulled at her, not of war or training, but that gut-deep instinct from a decade ago, staring at a fractured radar feed on a Norwegian transport, the moment before the crash, when she already knew something was wrong. Hours later, Ro had pulled her from the wreckage. That same instinct was stirring now.
That same chill behind the heart. Who else has seen this? Just us, Volkov said quietly. So far. She hesitated, just for a moment. Part of her wanted to call an all-hands meeting, lay everything on the table. But protocol weighed heavier. Fear made people stupid. Until she knew what this was, a prank, a test pattern, or something worse, it stayed contained.
She thought about waking Ro. Once, in a whiteout north of Nuuk, he'd been the man who steadied her through the crash. Now he only carved animals and left them to freeze in the greenhouse corridor.
Outside, the wind howled like something hungry. A faint vibration passed through the floor, so subtle she almost missed it, like the bass itself had exhaled, then gone still. In the greenhouse corridor, the sound of something clattered faintly, a dropped tool maybe, then silence again. She checked the logs again. The file had been accessed at 0213. The user ID was masked. Someone in this station already knew, and still hadn't told her.
That was the part that mattered. The broadcast wasn't new. It had been buried until now. Whoever masked their ID hadn't stumbled onto it. They'd gotten looking. And then they'd chosen silence. Chapter 2. Friction. The rec room felt warmer than the rest of the station, but only just. Rows of mismatched chairs were shoved back from the ping-pong table, where Cass Moreau leaned across the net and flicked the ball toward Ro without looking. "That's game," she said, grinning. "Pay up." Dr. Conrad Rowe raised an eyebrow and pulled a protein bar from his coat pocket. "You only win when I let you." "Sure, you let me the last 4 times too, right?" He pulled a ration bar from his pocket, peeled back the crinkled wrapper with careful fingers, and passed it over. Cass collapsed into one of the chairs, breath fogging slightly. "You hear the storm last night? Thought the roof was going to peel off." "It always sounds worse in the greenhouse wing," Rose said. "The wind funnels weird over the old ductwork, makes it howl." Cass leans across the table, flipping the ping-pong ball into her palm. "You ever finish that fox?" Rode tilted his head. "The one in the greenhouse?" "Yeah, you left it on the ledge by the CO2 pipes. Looked almost done." "It's not a fox, it's a lynx." "Huh, lynx does look grumpy." He smiled faintly. "It's patient. Big difference." "You always carve endangered species, or just the ones that judge people?" He snapped the protein bar in half and offered her the other piece. "Come by sometime. I'll loan you my encyclopedia of animals. Page 1, lynx." She took it without answering.
"Are you flirting with me?" she asked, finally, voice flat.
Ro paused again, his brows lifting.
For a long second, he just looked at her. Then, faintly, almost to himself, he smiled. Maybe I am. She hadn't expected it, not from him, but deep down, she knew. Something in the way he looked at her lingered too long, too steady. The warmth that rose in her chest was as startling as his words. Cass masked it with a half smile, but her voice betrayed her. Careful, Ro. I might believe you. The door opened and Kira North stepped in, followed closely by Nico Reyes. Nico's eyes flicked briefly toward her as he entered, not just checking for orders, but watching the way she carried herself. Tense, controlled, too controlled. He didn't say anything, but his glance lingered a second longer than it should have. The laughter drained from the room. Brief update, Kiera said. I'll keep it quick. Cass straightened up. Rose sat up, tucking the wrapper away. Nico leaned against the wall, arms crossed, trying to look casual. Kira didn't glance at him. Comms are still down, she said. Internal power stabilizing. Volkov's running a log check. Nothing critical, but anomalies. What kind of anomalies? Cass asked. Message access. Masked login. 0213 this morning. Rose brow furrowed. That's not on the rotation. No, it's not, Kira said. Nico's eyes flicked toward Cass. So, someone's poking around the logs and didn't leave a name tag. Kira nodded once. No need to panic. Not yet. We're running tracebacks. Could be system drift, glitch, but we keep it contained until we know more. Cass opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. Her fingers drummed on the table. Ro glanced between them. What was accessed? Kiera hesitated. Volkov hadn't suggested sharing it, so Kiera hadn't ordered it shared. But the question hung there, heavy. Before she could speak, Nico added, We caught a corrupted file. Might have been from McMurdo, might not. We'd missed it. It was buried because the playbacks glitched. Looks like it was supposed to be their last message. Kiera gave him a sharp look, but he only shrugged and tapped the console. Kiera warned. Too late. The file was already loading. The static burst filled the room like a slap. A male voice, broken by distortion. Do not let anyone in, even if they look like us. The clip cut off. Silence followed. Cass took a slow step back. Was that real? Ro didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the screen, unmoving. Jesus, Nico muttered. Bit heavy for a weather report. He waited for someone to laugh. No one did. The silence stretched, sharp and static-filled. Even Nico's smirk faltered. Kira exhaled through her nose. No one speaks of this outside this room. Not yet. Until we understand what we're dealing with, it doesn't leave this space. Cass looked at her, defiant. You're kidding, right? We don't know what it is. Hoax, test, signal bleed. We don't guess. Ro finally spoke. It didn't sound like a test. Kira turned. You think it's real? He looked tired. I think someone wanted it heard. Cass folded her arms. Then we should warn the others. At least Lena. Volkov's already aware. It was her idea not to make it public, Kiera said flatly. She left the room without waiting for agreement. Nico lingered, then followed. Cass watched him go. Then, quietly to Ro. That's it. We just wait. Ro looked toward the wall, where the screen had gone dark again. I believe waiting might be the only safe move left. As if in answer, the overhead lights flickered. Twice, then once more, and the hum of the rec room's heater stuttered. Ro rubbed her arms. Feels colder. Ro didn't reply for us. His gaze lingered on the lights overhead, then the console where the message had played.
A low hum still vibrated beneath the floor, the station's heartbeat. Steady, but off. Subtle, but there. He looked toward the sealed bulkhead. Something's different today. Rose sat back down. Well, he said quietly, so much for routine. The corridor outside the rec room was quiet now. Most of the crew had drifted back to their stations. Kira stood alone near the backup lockers, scanning her tablet, but not really reading. The hum of the station felt louder in the silence. Nico lingered by the far end of the corridor, one hand resting lightly on a wall rail. He hadn't spoken since the meeting. No wisecracks, no smirks. You should have let me handle that, Kira said without looking up. You paused. Didn't think you would. She finally met his eyes. I didn't authorize you to play it. No, but I figured the part where it says don't let them in kind of trumped chain of command. Kira studied him. You always test boundaries. And you never flinch. It's a dance. She turned back to the tablet. I don't dance. He took a step closer. You used to. You were different during the Svalbard mission. Kira's jaw flexed. That was a different kind of cold. A beat passed. He almost smiled, not mocking this time, just remembering. Chapter 3, Containment. The technical deck was colder than it should have been. Volkov adjusted the thermal cuff on her sleeve and leaned over the diagnostics array, watching code scroll past in pale green lines. Everything here hummed quietly, not with life, but function. Machines doing what they were told until they don't. She tapped in a command to cross-check comm log timestamps. The screen blinked once, then showed the access entry, 0213. But when she forced a sync with the internal server clock, another line appeared, threading itself beneath the first like a ghost shadow, 0313. Her fingers paused on the keyboard, 1 hour apart, same node, same data packet. But it wasn't just the timestamp that bothered her. The metadata showed no user ID, no signature, no system trail. Someone or something had accessed the file and left no trace. That shouldn't be possible, not even on Echo Point's half-broken software mesh. She reran the query, same result. She frowned and initiated a full scan. The screen twitched. The cursor blinked erratically. Don't do that, she said under her breath, already knowing it wouldn't listen. The diagnostics array stuttered, then resumed. Glitch, maybe. Or maybe something was watching the system work. Footsteps behind her. She didn't turn. It's not a hardware fault. I didn't say it was, Kira replied. Volkov straightened. 2 timestamps, 1 packet. Same corruption, different access. Internal, not bounced from McMurdo. Kira stepped beside her, arms folded. Could it be echo data? Feedback loop? No, this isn't a misfire. It's mirrored, but only the file access time. The rest of the logs are clean. Kira's eyes stayed on the screen. Which timestamp is accurate? Volkov hesitated. System treats both as real. A long pause. Then Kira said, That's not possible. Volkov didn't reply. Her eyes moved across the data columns, calculating something silently. She wanted to believe it was just a software glitch. Something simple, mechanical, logical. But the silence inside the system felt aware, like something was watching them back through the code. They stood in the hum of machines. Somewhere beneath them, a low mechanical clunk echoed, the kind you felt more than heard. Volkov glanced at the floor. Integrity scans running. Kira didn't ask for permission to take the console. Show me. Volkov gestured to a nearby terminal. Numbers flickered, lines of green text resolving and reassembling. The scan moved slowly, then it didn't. A block of code froze. Data reappeared, then flickered again. A red flag. "That can't be right," Volkov murmured. "What?" Kira asked, already frowning. Volkov turned her screen slightly. A ping. It came from Storage Annex 4B, but it's labeled with McMurdo's relay header. Kira straightened. "I want eyes on that section, not just diagnostics." "You mean physically?" "Grab your kit." Minutes later, Kira and Volkov stood near the auxiliary maintenance shaft behind Annex 4B. The corridor was dark, barely warmed. Their breath fogged in the flashlight beams. No one's logged physical access here in weeks. Volkov scanned her tablet. Door logs clean, no movement. Kira crouched, running a gloved hand over the panel seam. Frost flaked off in delicate white strands. "Does this feel warmer to you?" Volkov hesitated. "It should be cold-sealed. Even touching it should sting." Kira popped the panel open. A puff of mist hissed outward, not cold, but warm. Her fingers jerked back. "That's impossible," Volkov whispered. Inside, coiled wiring sat perfectly arranged, too perfectly, like it had been reset. Kira narrowed her eyes. Whoever was here cleaned up after themselves. Volkov checked her screen. "System still says baseline normal." Kira looked into the warm, humming cavity. "Then the system's lying." A soft scraping echoed from deeper inside the panel, like wires shifting against metal. Volkov flinched. "That wasn't wind," Kira said. The mess was half empty when Kira walked in. Nico sat with his boots propped on a chair. Cass leaned over a ration packet. Ro was silent, his hands folded. Kira dropped her gloves onto the table. Annex 4B's panel's been reset. System calls it normal, it isn't. Cass blinked. Reset? By who? Kira said, "Door logs show no access. Weeks clean." Nico straightened. "Then someone bypassed the logs." Ro's eyes lifted, steady. "We'd have noticed." Silence pressed at the edges of the room. Everyone's mind had gone to the same place, but no one wanted to be the first to say it. Finally, Cass's voice cut in, too fast. "So it has to be one of us." No one argued, but no one agreed either. Chapter 4. Interference. The greenhouse corridor was colder than it should have been. Frost clung to the CO2 pipes in pale ridges, the air sharp with damp insulation. Cass walked the length of the corridor with her hands jammed into her jacket, pretending to check the gauges, but mostly listening. It was quiet, too quiet. She paused by the row of cracked grow lamps, watching her breath fog. A tool lay on the floor near the maintenance hatch, a spanner, rim frosted white. She crouched, touched it, then set it back. No one should have been working here. Ro's voice from earlier came back to her. We'd have noticed. Her jaw tightened. She wanted to believe it, but the wiring in Annex 4B hadn't reset itself. She straightened, eyes lingering on the dark hatch at the end of the corridor. "Then who did?" she whispered. The hum of the station answered, low, steady, and wrong. Kira stood at the head of the command module, one hand braced on the edge of the hollow table. The crew had gathered fast. Word of the lockdown had spread, and no one wanted to pretend anymore. Whatever was happening in Annex 4B wasn't just a system hiccup. Volkov pulled up a schematic. The ping came from inside Storage Annex 4B. It mimicked McMurdo's relay signature,
perfectly, but McMurdo's been offline for months. Cass exhaled sharply. So, it's a ghost signal? No, Volkov said flatly. It's not random. It only responded when I ran an integrity scan, which means something in there knew it was being looked at. Nico leaned back in his chair. That sounds like sabotage, or someone screwing around. Lena crossed her arms, then explained the dual timestamps, or how a sealed section had network access. Kira raised her hand. Let's stay on track. No one goes near 4B until we know what we're dealing with. From down the corridor, a soft clatter echoed. Then again, the same rhythm. Cass paused, turning slightly. That's the third time I've heard that. Nico looked toward the sound. Something drop? Yeah, same something, 3 times. Kira's gaze sharpened. Are any of the rec feeds looping? Volkov checked her tablet. Not locally. Then what the hell's on repeat? Cass moved toward the hallway, muttering something under her breath, and Nico followed. I'm going to pull the greenhouse corridor readings again. She thumbed her access tag against the scanner. The bulkhead between engineering and maintenance clicked, then stayed closed. She frowned and tried again. The light on the panel blinked amber. Blocked? Nico asked. Shouldn't be. This isn't even near 4B. She pressed the manual override. Nothing. The door didn't even hiss. Volkov stepped up behind them. That section's not on lockdown. I know, Cass said flatly. She slapped her palm against the scanner again. Open. No response. Nico leaned in. Let me guess, it says status optimal? Cass snorted. Not even. It says nothing at all. Volkov stepped forward, keyed in a local diet tag. And if it comes to us instead? A moment of silence. Rowe broke it. You're assuming it hasn't already. Cass shot in the glance, sharp but unreadable. If it has, she said quietly, then maybe we need our own backup plan. Rowe raised an eyebrow. Meaning? If this place turns on us, if things get weird, they already are. I mean worse. A pause. He nodded once. Then we look out for each other. She gave the faintest smile. Links packed? Links packed. Kira's voice cut in before they could say more. Volkov cleared her throat. There's something else. I checked the environmental controls. Air scrubbers twitched into override mode 30 minutes ago. Oxygen levels are fine, but CO2 is creeping. Nico glanced at the ceiling vents. I've had a headache since breakfast. Cass rubbed her arms again. I thought I was just tired, but the air's tight, like it doesn't want to leave your lungs. Volkov checked her readouts again. It's within acceptable range, technically. Technically doesn't make it easier to breathe, Cass muttered. Nico swayed slightly and braced himself on the console. Okay, that's not just in my head. Cass stepped closer. You all right? Bit of vertigo, he said, like standing up too fast, but slower. Volkov frowned. Vitals are normal. Pulse ox says 98. Then the station's faking my body too. Kira narrowed her eyes. Manual override? No. The logs show the change, but no source. It wasn't authorized. Lena stepped toward the terminal. Then we isolate the faulty node and bypass the relay. Cass shook her head. That's treating symptoms. What if the whole system's infected? The screen flickered. Volkov glanced up. That wasn't me. A low vibration rippled underfoot. Subtle, but wrong. Kira motioned for quiet. The lights dimmed again, only for a second, then returned. The hollow cable refreshed itself automatically, glitching once before it stabilized. Cass looked around. Did we just blink? Volkov checked the time. System clock jumped forward 7 seconds. That's not drift. That's rewrite.
Nico muttered, "We're inside something else's script." Kara didn't like metaphors. "We need to get ahead of it. Volkov, run a full atmospheric check. If it's the scrubbers, I want a physical inspection." Minutes later, Cass and Nico were in the greenhouse corridor. The air felt heavier here. Not toxic, just thicker. She wiped her finger across a glass panel. Moisture. It hadn't been there earlier. Condensations formed on the inside of the sealed doors, subtle but visible. As they entered the corridor, Cass slowed near a sealed EVA locker bolted to the wall. Faded white, its inventory tag barely clinging on. The nameplate read Lang, almost scrubbed clean by time and moisture. She paused. "Lang worked this section, right?" Nico nodded, distracted. "Diagnostics and airflow calibration. Back when this wing had a different filter array." Huh. She stared at the nameplate a second longer. Weird how some names don't go away. Then Cass moved closer, a different kind of chill going over her skin. Nico crouched near the floor vent. "Hear that?" Cass nodded. "It's breathing weird." Nico popped the vent open. The grate hissed slightly. He reached in, then pulled his hand back fast. "Shit! That's ice!" A second hiss followed, louder this time. Then a bang. The vent shuttered. Frost particles burst outward in a sudden puff. Nico staggered back, cursing, cradling his hand. Cass flinched. "What the hell?" "It kicked back," Nico said. Eyes wide. "Pressure surge. That shouldn't happen on a sealed line." She grabbed his wrist, checked for injury. His glove was damp. Skin beneath is going red. "We need to report this," she said. Nico shook his head. No alert, no trigger. The system didn't register it. Cass looked at the vent. Cold mist still leaked from the edge, slow, like breath through teeth. "It's watching us," she whispered. Behind them, the greenhouse lights flickered again. Cass leaned down. A maintenance tool, covered in frost, sat just inside the shaft. It was a small wrench, one she recognized from the toolkits they kept in engineering. But no one had been down here in days. The ice clinging to it wasn't natural. It wasn't just cold. It shimmered faintly, like condensation that had frozen mid-breath. She didn't touch it. She had the sudden, irrational urge to check her breath too, to see if it too would freeze and hang in the air like that. She said, "It's too clean. No dust, no scratch marks. Like someone left it there perfectly." Nico didn't respond right away. He just stared at the wrench right it might twitch. Something about the way it lay there, perfectly centered in the vent, felt wrong. Too deliberate, too placed. She exchanged a glance with Nico. For once, he didn't make a joke. She said quietly, "That wasn't there yesterday." Behind them, the lights buzzed, briefly. No system warning, no alert. The environmental panel on the wall read, "Status, optimal." Cass rubbed her chest. Is it just me, or is the air heavy? Nico checked the panel. CO2's optimal. She shook her head. Then why does it feel like breathing through gulls? A faint hiss whispered from a nearby vent. Nico moved closer, placing a hand near the grate. "This shouldn't be active. Greenhouse flow is sealed at night." He stood, staring at the readout. "The system says everything's normal." "It's lying," Cass said. Cass stared at it. A slow dread curled in her stomach. The station was lying to them, and worse, it was doing so calmly, reassuringly. "We're not fine," she whispered. Kira's voice came through the comm. "Report."
Chapter 5. Infiltration. Cass woke to a soft clatter.
It wasn't loud, but it was wrong. She blinked against the green emergency light strip above her bunk. No alarms, just the hum of power, the creak of metal settling in the cold. She pulled on her jacket and slipped out of bed, feet bare against the warm flooring of the dorm wing. Another sound, a low mechanical thunk, echoed faintly from the hallway. She grabbed her flashlight. The dormitory corridor was half lit. One overhead bulb buzzed fitfully, casting elongated shadows that shivered with each flicker. She stepped out. The moment she crossed the threshold, her breath fogged. "Come on," she muttered. "The temp had been fine earlier." She moved quietly, eyes scanning the motionless doors. Everyone's room was sealed, except one, Rose. His door was half open, a strip of red light leaking out from within. Cass hesitated. Then she stepped forward and nudged it open with 2 fingers. The room was empty, the bunk made, terminal active. A faint loop played across the screen. Signal integrity accepted. Over and over. She backed out. The hallway behind her seemed darker now. Footsteps, not hers, soft, muffled, from further down the dorm. Cass froze. She waited. Nothing. Then a shape moves behind the frosted glass of the utility door. Only a flicker, like someone turning. She stepped back and bumped into someone. Cass spun, already halfway to swinging the flashlight. It was Ro. He blinked, calm. "Didn't mean to scare you." She kept the light on him. "You weren't in your room." "I was walking the loop." "At this hour?" Cass stared at him. He was calm, too calm. His eyes didn't quite meet hers. "What loop?" she asked. "We haven't had patrols for 3 nights." Ro blinked slowly. "Then maybe I was just remembering one." He turned, walking away with silent steps, like he was retracing something he'd already done. Ro's head tilted. "We haven't had a this hour for days." He walked past her, quiet as fog, and disappeared into the hallway. Cass exhaled, pulse racing. In the command module, Kiera reviewed the footage. The security feed from the dorm hallway showed Cass moving, pausing, retreating, but no sign of Ro. Nothing at all. She tapped her comm. "Volkov, are you seeing this?" "I am. I just checked the system logs." "And?" "There's no record of Ro's door opening." Kiera's eyes narrowed. He spoke to her. He was there. "Apparently, not officially." A silence passed. "I'm tracing all subsystem access from the last 2 hours, Volkov said. "Something's routing commands through unlogged channels. I'm seeing terminal echoes in greenhouse, medbay, and tech deck, but no access credentials." Kiera folded her arms. "Keep digging. Cross-reference with personal tags." "Already started." Later that day, Nico stood near the greenhouse corridor hatch, watching mist slide across the inner glass. "This place is sweating," he muttered. Cass joined him, arms crossed. "You still think this is just bad wiring?" "I'm not sure what I think anymore." They entered. The plants looked normal, if a little pale, but the humidity was higher than it should be. The vents let out a soft wheeze, like the station was catching its breath. Nico walked to a control panel, tapped the screen. Temp, normal. Humidity, slightly high. Pressure. He stopped. "What?" He turned the screen so she could see. Indoor pressure, normal. Recalibrated baseline, -2.1%. Cass leaned in. "It changed the baseline." "Yeah, and didn't log the change." Cass opened a storage drawer beside the main panel. Inside, tools, labeled and clean, but the wrench from earlier, the one they'd found frozen, sat on top, still rimmed with ice. She stepped back. That was in the vent. I left it in isolation. Nico didn't move. A low clunk came from behind the vines. Both turned. A misty handprint slowly appeared on the glass. No movement, no shadow, just the print. Then the light above them flickered and the pressure monitor reset. Everything read green. Volkov sat alone at her station pulling diagnostics. She had isolated a copy of the station's core logic structure. Except there were two. One was live, the other mirrored it, delayed by seconds, with occasional deviations in values, minor things, heat thresholds, comms latency, door access. She flipped open the folder labeled _crew_row. It was empty. The screen blinked once. A message flashed, too quick to catch. Then it vanished. The folder began to fill. Then it wasn't. A stream of data poured in, not text, not logs, behavior, time-stamped motion across the station. But none of it matched the footage. Volkov leaned back slowly. Something was shadowing them, imitating them, but not quite correctly. Volkov stayed at her desk long after the screen dimmed. She didn't move, didn't blink much, just listened to the soft ticking of heat exchangers overhead, and the faint hum of a system that wasn't quite lying, but wasn't telling the full truth either. After a long moment, she reached under the console and unlocked a slim backup tablet, old, analog-linked, no cloud, no sync. She powered it up, hands calm but careful. Then she copied the full log archive, both core logic streams, plus the _crew_row anomaly to a clean storage wafer. There was no alert, no objection, no flicker of resistance. Just a simple transfer. Volkov ejected the wafer and stared at it in her palm. After a beat, she labeled it in neat handwriting. Control copy. Do not trust system. She slipped it into the sealed lining of her coat, where no scanner would flag it. Not out of paranoia, just procedure, just protocol, just in case the system tried to rewrite the evidence tomorrow.
Ro came in through the mess doorway, brushing frost from his gloves. His parka was half unzipped, collar damp with melt. He looked tired, but steady. Hydro valve on the greenhouse line was sticking again, he said. Took a while to cycle it. Cass stood up sharply. She caught herself. You were in the dorm wing. I saw you. I spoke to you. He frowned. Haven't set foot there all night. Her throat tightened. Your terminal. Your room was open, running a loop. I locked it before I left. His gaze was level, calm, but puzzled. If it was open, then someone else was in there. Kira looked between them. We'll check the logs. Volkov, quiet at her station, didn't look up. Already did. His room shows no activity. Door never opened. Cass's pulse thudded in her ears. That's not possible. I was standing right there. Ro's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes softened. A flicker of concern, not defense. Then whoever you saw, he said quietly, wasn't me. The mess fell silent. Only the low tick of the heaters filled the gap. Cass turned away, unsettled. And for the first time, she realized maybe the station wasn't just lying to them. Maybe it was borrowing them. Chapter 6. The Visitor. The storm had been constant for the past 3 hours. Kira sat in the command module, elbows on the desk, cycling through the exterior feeds with quiet precision. Ice needled the camera domes. Snow slashed sideways across the empty perimeter. Nothing. 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 Then, something. She leaned in, a faint figure, half obscured by static and the storm's white churn, moving slowly but deliberately from the southern ridge. "Volkov, get eyes on external south, feed 12. "I see it," came the reply, already alert. The figure was wearing a standard EVA suit, old model, faded markings. Kaz appeared at her side, tugging her jacket on. "What is that?" "No idea, but it's walking like it knows where it's going." The figure paused just outside the secondary access hatch. It turned toward the camera, raised a hand. "Is that a wave?" Miko said, voice behind them now. Volkov zoomed in. The ID patch on the suit was faint, ice-encrusted, but barely legible. Lang. Silence fell across the room. "That's not possible," Kaz whispered. Rose stepped in from the corridor, face unreadable. "Lang died 2 winters ago. North relay collapse." Volkov's fingers danced over her console. "That suit's transponder is broadcasting authentic echo point codes, his codes." "He was never assigned that suit," Kira said. Her voice was tight. "We decommissioned that model 3 years ago." Kaz swallowed. "He's waving again." On screen, Lang knelt in the snow, slowly, deliberately. He pressed something to the access panel. A low beep echoed through the command room's speakers. He just entered an override handshake, an old one, pre-blackout. The lights dimmed for half a second. Systems auto-checked. Override code recognized, airlock unlocked. "Kira," Lena started. "I know," Kira said. They stood there. No one moved. Nico broke the silence. "Protocol says no one comes in unverified. We lock it down." "He's freezing to death out there," Kaz said. "He's supposed to be dead," Ro added, "and he shouldn't have those codes." Volkov cut in. "If we don't act now, the airlock will cycle. It's letting him in." Kira stared at the screen. Lang was just standing now, helmet turned slightly toward the camera, still, waiting. Kaz turned to her. "Kira?" Another second passed. "Open the inner seal," Kira said. Volkov hesitated. "That's against—" "Do it." The hiss of pressure doors sounded behind them. The crew turned as the interior lock slid open. The man stepped in, slow and careful, frost steaming off the suit. He reached up, unclipped the helmet, and there he was. Lang. Hair is slightly longer, eyes are the same, even the small scar above his left brow. He looked at them all, a calm smile on his face. "It's good to be home," he said. No one replied. Lang's smile didn't fade. He kept looking at them, one by one, as if checking names off a list only he could see. Kira's hands tensed at her sides. That same gut-deep warning from Norway pulsed through her ribs. It wasn't fear. It was recognition. Behind Lang, the inner airlock hissed shut, not by command. On the control panel, the status light flickered green, then white, then off. Behind him, the airlock door sealed itself, not by command. Kira watched the indicator flash red.
then green, then nothing at all. Chapter 7. Echoes. The mess hall was too quiet. Lang sat at the far end of the table, frost still crusted in the seams of his suit. He had stripped off the gloves and helmet, but not the rest. The fabric steamed faintly in the recycled air. He didn't look exhausted. He looked steady. Kira stood near the bulkhead, arms folded tight. It shouldn't be. Lang's eyes moved over them one by one, not searching, counting. He stopped on Ro, and a faint smile tugged at his mouth. Still carving. Ro's hand flexed on the table, his jaw locked, but he didn't answer. Beneath the table, his knife dug too deep into the wood he carried, leaving a ragged splinter. He stilled his hand as if he realized he'd let something slip. Nico leaned back, arms crossed. Cute trick. What am I thinking right now? Lang's gaze flicked to him. You think about her when she isn't looking. Nico flushed, his smirk collapsing. He glanced at Kira, mouth half open, caught between denial and shock. Kira's eyes met his for a heartbeat, then turned away too fast. What unsettled her wasn't Nico's look. It was how easily Lang had spoken the thought aloud, like reading it from a meter. The smirk faltered. Silence spread. Kira's eyes flicked to Nico, then away too fast. Her chest tightened, not at the truth of it, but at the way Lang had peeled it out so casually, like reading a gauge. Volkov broke it. I run a backtrace. His entry point doesn't exist. Kira turned. Explain. I've pulled logs for all hatch cycles in the last 6 hours. Nothing. Internal cams in 2A and 3C went blind for 90 seconds, then came back showing him already inside. Nico leaned back with a snort. That's neat. Guy shows up out of nowhere and suddenly our logs are blind. Cass's eyes locked on Lang. So it was you, wasn't it? Resetting panels, wiping feeds, making the base lie to us. At least now we know who's been screwing with the systems. The room went very still. Lang looked genuinely puzzled, brows knitting. I don't know what you mean. Ro's knife dug a little deeper into the wood in his hand, then stilled. Blind how? Ro asked. Static, not deletion, like the feed was never there, almost like the system blinked on purpose. Kira's jaw tightened, and his bio sign? Volkov hesitated. Matches archived medical for Lang, down to the blood type, but the temporal stamp reads today. Nico muttered, so the station thinks he's alive because maybe he is. Ro's voice was quiet, or because something wants us to believe that. Lang didn't flinch. He just sat with his hands folded, listening. The speakers cracked. Static burst across the room in 3 uneven pulses, like something knocking against the hull in a slow rhythm, before a voice bled through. Survivors, breach, not. Human voice, do not. Everyone froze. Volkov scrambled to stabilize the feed. Header codes stamped across the screen. McMurdo relay. Cass's eyes lit. It's them. They're alive. No, Kira said flatly. McMurdo's dead. Ro leaned closer. That didn't sound dead. Volkov frowned at her console, locking onto origin. Wait, the trace keeps looping through Annex 4B. Kira stiffened. The annex is sealed. Volkov glanced at Lang, then back to her readouts. Doesn't matter, it's active, right now.
Nico leaned forward, eyes narrowing on Lang. So if the signal's firing from 4B, if he's been our saboteur, how's that possible while he's sitting right here? Cass's voice was low, tight. Unless there's more than one.
Rose's eyes narrowed. Or one of us has been opening that annex without logging it. The silence stretched. No one wanted to look at anyone else for too long. Kira finally cut in, voice sharp. Enough. We stay with what's in front of us. But even as she said it, the thought lingered. If it wasn't Lang, then who? Cass's hands balled at her sides, knuckles white. The silence pressed in, heavier than the storm outside, until she snapped forward, patch a reply.
Her voice cracked, more pleading than defiant. If it's McMurdo, if even one of them made it, we can't ignore it. You can't ask us to.
Kira cut her off. No, not until we know what we're doing. Cass shoved her aside, fingers slamming the console. McMurdo, this is Echo Point. Do you read? The line hissed. A hollow reply bled through, warped. Echo, copy, breach, then silence. Cass's knuckles whitened on the panel. Her hands shook, nails scraping plastic. The fight in her eyes gave way to something rawer, the fear of being unheard. They heard us. Run it again. Volkov tried. The system stuttered, error lines crawling her display. It's refusing the return path. Every time I send, the signal bounces back to us.
If it is McMurdo, why answer only now? She frowned. Origin trace says McMurdo, but the loop keeps folding through our own relay. It shouldn't do that.
Rose's face was unreadable, or like someone else is holding the wire. Kira pulled Cass back from the console. Enough. That wasn't McMurdo. Cass looked ready to shove her way forward again, then stopped, trembling. If it was them and we just ignored it, Kira cut her off. If it was them, they'd be alive. They're not. Before Cass could reply, another alarm cut through. A dull, repeating tone, red text flashing across the main console. External array misaligned, signal relay offline. Volkov checked. Storm torque. The dish has rotated out of alignment. If we don't reset it manually, we can't confirm or block transmissions. Kira's jaw locked. Then we go outside. I'll do it, Cass said immediately. Denied. You need me. Nico can't haul the brace alone. Nico grimaced. She's not wrong. Rose straightened. Send me instead.
No, Kira said. You stay on comms. I'll lead. Reyes and Cass with me. Volkov monitors.
Cass's fury simmered, but she said nothing. She just stood there, shaking, caught between anger and the hollow sting of being left behind. They began gathering gear, the quiet broken only by the hiss of oxygen canisters and the snap of seals. From the end of the table, Lang finally spoke, calm, almost gentle. You'll see things out there. Don't follow them. Kira froze. And how would you know that? Lang's smile didn't reach his eyes. Because I've walked that storm before.
The words landed with weight, but not like memory, more like a script, rehearsed and waiting for its cue.
The room went still. Outside, the wind screamed against the walls as if answering for him.
Chapter 8. Whiteout. The airlock cycled with a groan that reverberated in their ribs. Frost webbed the seals, trembling as the pressure shifted. Kira stood in the lead suit, visor down, her faceplate black as obsidian. She checked the tether reel at her hip, once, twice. Behind her, Nico wrestled the clamp on his gauntlet until it sealed with a hard snap. Cass moved more slowly, fumbling at her wrist seal until Nico leaned over and locked it for her. "Comms check," Kira said. "Clear," Nico answered. Cass hesitated a beat too long. "Clear." Rose's voice came from control, calm and even. "Cass, your heart rate's high. Slow your breathing." "I'm fine," she said too quickly. Rose didn't press. "Storms at 150 sustained. Visibility 0 at 30 meters. If you lose tether, you won't find your way back." Nico muttered, inspiring as always. Kira ignored him. "On me, no stragglers, eyes forward." The outer hatch opened. The storm didn't creep in, it roared, a wall of sound and force that made the chamber shudder. Snow blasted sideways through the gap, devouring light, filling the space with a horizontal blur of white. The noise wasn't just weather, it had a rhythm, a deep pulse beneath the shrieking gusts, as if the wind carried something breathing with it. Kira stepped out first, tether clipped to the guide rail. Nico followed, already leaning against the gale. Feels like walking into a jet engine. Cass lingered, staring at the storm like it was a living thing. Then she shoved herself forward. Her tether snapped taut behind her, vibrating with the wind's pull. They moved in a line, bent low, their blue HUD lines glowing faintly in the blizzard. Every step dragged, boots crunching on ice that shifted under them like glass. Cass's breath rasped through the comms, loud and uneven. Rose's voice cut in, soft but firm. "Don't fight the gusts. Lean with them. Small steps, deliberate." Cass obeyed, but her pulse was still hammering. Rose's voice steadied her more than the tether ever could. The storm howled so deep, it seemed to live in their bones. They reached the first brace. Metals screamed under strain, vibrating through their gloves into their arms. Nico braced his boot and shoved the locking pin into place. "Talk's insane. It's like the dish wants to peel away," he grunted. "Next anchor," Kira said. Cass glanced sideways. The storm wasn't empty. Shapes moved in it, tall, narrow human silhouettes. They leaned in unison, perfectly still against the gale, as if the wind bent around them. When she blinked, they vanished. When she blinked again, they were closer. Her throat closed. "Kira, do you see that?" "See what?" "People, standing out there. Only snow, only noise. Eyes forward," Kira snapped. Nico's voice crackled in her ear. "I don't see a damn thing." They pressed on. The dish loomed from the white, tilted, ribs crusted in ice, one anchor half torn from its foundation. Nico clipped in, breath steaming inside his visor. Kira cranked the strut. The dish resisted, groaned, then shuddered back into alignment. Rose's voice sharpened. "Signal stabilizing. Steady. Hold it there. Locked. Alignment is stable." Cass let out a shaky laugh. "We did it! We actually—" Her tether jerked. She froze. The line snapped taut around her waist, dragging her one step backward into the storm. "Kira!" Kira lunged, grabbing the tether. "Reyes, on me!" Nico planted his boots and heaved. The line thrummed under Cass's ribs, pulling her slowly, relentlessly. "Something's on her," Nico hissed. Cass's visor fogged with panic. She saw it, a figure in the white, visor dark, frost-armored suit. Her tether wrapped in its hands. It tilted its head,
The exact tilt Lang had given hours earlier in the mess hall. Then her comm crackled. A voice bled through, not Lang's, her own, distorted, delayed, off by a heartbeat. We did it. We actually... Her chest locked. "Lang," she whispered. "Cass," Kira barked. "Eyes on me, now." The tether slackened all at once. Cass pitched forward into Kira's grip, gasping. Nico reeled the line back fast, muscles straining until the coil lay slack in his hands.
Cass's HUD timer jumped 3 full seconds. She hadn't blinked. The gap sat there, missing, like someone had cut a strip out of time.
"Nothing there," he panted. "So either we've got 2 Langs, or the base just learned impressions." Cass knew what she'd seen. Ro's voice cracked sharply through the storm. "Inside, now." They turned back, dragging themselves step by step. Twice Cass stumbled, and twice Nico caught her under the arm. The storm hammered at their suits, trying to tear them away. The station's lights swum into view, blurred, haloed beacons in the white. They staggered into the lock, sealed the hatch, and silence collapsed around them. Kira leaned hard against the wall, helmet dripping melt. Nico dropped onto the bench, tearing off his gloves, fingers shaking. Cass ripped off her helmet, gasping for cold air. Her face was bloodless, hair damp and plastered to her skin. It was him, out there. He had the line. Nico rubbed his face with unsteady hands. "So either we've got 2 Langs, or the base just learned impressions." Ro's voice was low. Not pulled, invited. Then invited by what? Him? Or something wearing his face? Cass flinched, hugging her arms tight. The echo of her own voice still rang in her head. Too close, too exact. For the first time, she wondered if she could even trust her own mouth. Kira said nothing. Her visor display flickered, the seconds stuttering. She shut it off and pulled the helmet free, jaw clenched. For once, her silence spoke louder than orders.
The corridor lights flickered. A door hissed open, slow and deliberate. Somewhere down the hall, the hiss stretched too long, like breath moving through the station itself. Cass's eyes widened, breath ragged. "It followed us in." The greenhouse corridor reeked of damp soil and metal. Condensation beaded the glass, dripping in slow rivulets into drains that should have been dry. Cass crouched beside a hydroponic frame, running her finger along a jagged fracture. No alarm. Glass split like this and the system logged nothing. Nico leaned in the doorway, pale but forcing a smirk. Guess the Kale finally staged a revolt. Volkov shook her head, scanner steady. The system marked it as maintenance. No breach, no fault. That's not maintenance. Cass jabbed at the crack. That's deliberate. Ro lifted a shard from the floor. Frost clung to the edges like breath caught mid-freeze. He held it to the light. It wanted this buried. "Here," Kiara's voice cut through. They turned. She stood over a sealed case, half hidden beneath collapsed soil bags. Its latch gleamed as if new. Stenciled on the side, Lang, tools. Volkov brushed off dirt, her face unreadable. This wasn't logged. She tilted the lid, so the grease pencil words became visible. "Do not trust system." The words looked desperate, carved deep by a shaking hand. Cass's stomach dropped.
That wasn't here yesterday. Nico's smirk died. So he left that, or he hasn't yet. All eyes turned to Lang. He only watched them, calm and unreadable. Kiara forced her gaze away. Volkov, status on McMurdo. Volkov's fingers flew. Still dead. Her voice faltered. Wait. The holo-table refreshed, overlaying schematics with a new pulse, a clean, crisp ping, McMurdo's relay signature. Cass backed up. No, that's the same fake signal, ghost code. Not the same, Volkov whispered. Stronger, closer. 3 sharp pulses. Silence. The lights flickered, then from the outside, beams of white sliced through the storm. Kiara froze. That's not possible. The sound came next. Faint, then swelling into the steady, bone-deep chop of rotors. Nico's voice was thin. Tell me I'm not hearing helicopters. Floodlight beams swept across the greenhouse glass, bleaching the corridor in harsh glare. A voice cracked over comms, metallic and clipped. Stand by. Extraction, inbound. Kiara barked. No one moves, no one opens a thing. But the outer locks were already cycling. Snow roared inside as the bulkhead thundered open. Figures pushed through, dark uniforms, rifles slung, visors black. Their movements were perfect, practiced. Their helmets bore crude stitched patches. McMurdo. The font was wrong, the colors slightly off. Counterfeit. Identify yourselves, Kiara shouted, stepping into their path. No reply. The soldiers fanned out, boots whisper quiet on wet steel. 2 halted in front of Lang. He did not resist. He stepped forward as though rehearsed. Wait, Cass lunged. You can't take him. He's the only one who knows what's happening. Roe caught her, hauling her back. She thrashed, nearly breaking free. One soldier turned, rifle raised. The mirrored visor reflected her wide, frantic face. And then it leaned in, slowly. Its gloved hand rose and brushed the side of her helmet, across the curve of her cheek plate, lingering as though memorizing her outline. The glass fogged with her breath. Cass went rigid, throat locked, her comm hissed, and her own voice bled back at her, distorted, off by a breath. You can't take him. She gasped. Roe wrenched her away, shoving her against the wall. Cass! His voice cracked like a whip. They walk like men, but they're not men. She trembled, staring at her reflection in the visor, a reflection that smiled when she didn't. The rotor thunder swelled until the floor shook. Frost rained from the ceiling, dust spilling from vents. The glass walls of the greenhouse rattled like drums, every pane threatening to shatter. Nico stumbled, thrown against the support strut. This whole place is gonna come apart. The soldiers didn't flinch. They shifted Lang between them, as if moving him through a drill. Kira shoved herself forward, chin raised. If you're McMurdo, prove it. Show me Delta 47 clearance. McMurdo command only. No response. They brushed past her as if she were air. Cass ripped free from Roe, desperate. Stop! She lunged again. A soldier's rifle swung toward her chest.
For a fraction of a second, the mirrored visors showed not her reflection, but Lang's face, flickering, pitying. Lang glanced back, eyes sweeping the crew, not pleading, pitying. Then he whispered, so faint it might have been in their heads, "You let me in." And he was gone, swallowed by floodlight and snow. The bulkhead is sealed. Silence fell like a lid. On the holotable, text scrolled smoothly and calmly. Status: optimal. No record of breach, no helicopters, no Lang. Cass's voice cracked. Did any of that really happen? Rose's answer was low. We were meant to doubt it. Kiara's fists clenched. She forced the words out like steel. We stopped believing in the green lights. From here on, we trust nothing but ourselves. The lights above them dimmed, flickered, then steadied. When Volkov checked her wrist display, the station clock had leapt forward 13 minutes.
Chapter 10. Aftermath. The mess hall still smelled of ozone and scorched wiring. Frost clung to the viewport seams, ghosting the glass with pale veins. On the table, Lang's tether sat coiled, stiff with ice, a relic no one dared touch. The system had already erased it. No breach logged, no alarms, no visitors recorded. Status optimal glowed green on the panels. Kiara stood at the end of the table, palms flat, posture iron. We stabilize Echo Point. Nobody leaves. We sweep Annex 4B, log anomalies, secure what we can control.
Kaz gave a thin, tired laugh. Control? The green light wipes it clean, like it never happened. Control that. Enough, Kira snapped. Kaz's eyes stayed on the tether coil. You keep talking about command. Command died with McMurdo. The world's gone dark and you're still saluting shadows. Like we're playing pretend in a graveyard, she thought bitterly.
Nico tipped his chair back, grin without warmth. She's not wrong. What happens if we disobey? You mark us down in the logbook? Rose sat apart, silent, hands folded around a cup he hadn't touched. His gaze stayed on the tether coil, like it might unravel into instructions. His silence hurt more than words. Volkov closed her tablet with a snap. Containment is still rational. Step outside, you freeze. Stay inside, we study. We find out what happened, or at least try. Facts don't change just because the logs lie. Cass's lip curled. Then you stay. I'm not waiting here to be erased. The floor ticked with pressure. 3 faint metallic beats from the annex wing. The cups on the table shivered. Rose's untouched water rippled. The green light on the wall didn't flicker. They turned to work, because repairs steadied their hands. Ro and Kara patched a bullet crease across the greenhouse glassine with resin. The wound was real, whatever the logs claimed. Rose smoothed the patch flat with a card, jaw tight. Ever think we're fixing the wrong things? He murmured. Kira pressed harder. We fix what's in front of us. He met her eyes. That used to be enough. Later, when Ro looked away, Kiara's hand lingered on the patch longer than it needed to. The resin gleamed slick under her glove, but it wasn't the glass she saw. It was Lang's face in the floodlights, calm, almost pitying, and forced herself back to work. In the corridor, Cass welded a bent doorframe, visor down. Sparks burst in a hot spray.
For an instant, they drifted upward, rising slow as bubbles in reverse. She froze, breath catching. When she blinked, gravity had reasserted itself. The sparks lay hissing on the floor. Her voice came flat over comms. Imaginary raids don't leave scorch marks. From a ladder, Kira swapped out a dead bulb. We fix what we can see. Forget the logs. No point whining about what we can't. Forget the logs, Volkov muttered, recalibrating the CO2 scrubbers. She tapped her pen against the notebook before forcing her hand steady. And we've lost the only witness. She wrote it down by hand, old school. The light steadied. The hum of the station settled, hollow and too calm. Back in the mess, the table gleamed again, cup stacked, tether coiled away. The panel above glowed soft and steady. Status optimal. Kiera faced them. We'll catalogue what's changed since yesterday. Thermal, acoustics, manual checks. Cass leaned forward, voice hard. Catalogue what? The raid the log said never happened. The soldiers who vanished with the sunrise. Nico's chair legs scraped as he leaned in. For God's sake, Cass, enough. We all saw it. Hammer it any harder, you're just helping it break us. Volkov didn't look up from her screen. What you need is a sedative, Kaz. Your blood pressure's about to breach containment. She sought her a glare, then sagged back in her chair, anger cooling to a thin edge. Her voice dropped, sharper but quieter. And then what? Wait until they come for another name? Nico dropped his chair flat. Or we walk to McMurdo and ask nicely. Radical idea, but at least it's an idea. You are not leaving Echo Point. Kiera's tone cracked mid-sentence, the command bleeding thin. Not while I'm in command. Cass's eyes narrowed, but her voice was calm. Then say it. What authority keeps us breathing? The green lights? Kiera's jaw worked. The authority of someone still trying to keep you alive. Rowe finally looked up. His voice was low, steady. If we don't go, what are we waiting for? For them to come back and take another? Kiera's knuckles whitened on the table edge. Better them than the storm. Is that the choice? Rowe asked. Dead men who walk, or a horizon that eats sound? Silence pressed in. Volcanova wrote fast. 0213, anomaly suspected. 3 knocks, annex corridor. The pen trembled before she steadied it, underlining the words twice. Cass pushed her chair back, but her voice was low now, resigned. Then it's settled. We go to McMurdo. McMurdo is dead. Those who pulled Lang out weren't real. The signals aren't from there. So what exactly do you think you'll find? Kiera's eyes closed for a heartbeat, tired. Gear first, she said. If you're going to defy me, at least don't die in the first hour. It should have sounded like permission. It sounded like surrender. The floor shuddered. The knocks came again, 3 deliberate strikes, closer, heavier, as though from just the other side of the wall. The cups rattled in chorus. Everyone froze. The clocks at the corners of the hall ticked in unison. Their hands slid forward together to 0213. Nico exhaled. Well, he muttered, at least time's still punctual.
Chapter 11. Preparation. The storage bay was colder than the corridors. The air tasted of oil and frost-bitten rubber. 2 snowmobiles crouched under tarps like sleeping beasts. Gear racks lined the walls in tidy rows. Flares, coils of tether, Russians stacked in white bricks. Cass dropped her pack hard enough that the sound echoed. She laid out her kit in quick, jerking motions. Flare tubes onto the bench, buckles snapping, rope dragged through her hands. 8 steps, clip. 8 steps, clip, she muttered, like a prayer she didn't trust.
Nico leaned against the rack, arms folded. Feels like we're packing for a picnic where the ants are weather gods. Count, Cass shot back without looking up. I am counting all the smart choices we're not making. The coil slipped from his hands and lashed across the deck, knocking a canister into the wall with a clang. Cass flinched, then masked it fast, jaw set. Kira entered with a battered tin. She sat its contents on the bench, a compass dulled by thumb grease, a paper map in a sleeve, a whistle, 2 pencil stubs. Advice, not orders. Clip to the rail every 8 steps. If the rope pulls, you stop. Don't test it twice. If the compass spins, you trust the rope. If both fail, you sit. You wait. Cass snatched the compass before she finished. Sit. Wait. Maybe I'll still be waiting when the storm eats the rest of us. Kira tore off strips of fluorescent tape and pressed them onto Cass's shoulders. So we can see you in the feed. Cass's lip curled. Also you can track me. Volkov stepped forward with notebook open. System cleared both sleds this morning. Maintenance optimal, ignition nominal, coolant green. Then we ride in style, Nico said. He cracked a flare tube. It hissed into sudden orange flame in his hand. He swore and dropped it. Smoke curled across the floor until Kira snapped the cap shut with gloved hands. Cass's mouth twisted, but her voice was low. Even seals lie in this goddamn place. Her eyes flicked briefly to Ro. Ro pulled back the tarp. The cowling gleamed unnaturally clean. His fingers brushed it, then flinched away. If this machine's going to betray us, let it do it honestly. Machines don't betray. Systems do. People do, Cass murmured. Ro clipped 2 carabiners to the rope, tested the slide. The metal sang. Ever kept walking knowing you should stop? Shame's louder than sense. Cass shoved her pack closed, zipper shrieking. I'm ashamed to still be here. They moved toward the airlock. The bay door panel flickered, service, pending, then back to status, optimal. Kira keyed the cycle. Mist hissed out, sharp with chemical cold. For a moment, her hand lingered on the panel. Too long. She blinked hard, as if she'd heard Lang's voice in the hiss, then forced her fingers to steady. Volkov's tablet jolted awake. Annex 4B's thermal feed filled the screen. A figure at the bulkhead, palms spread flat against steel. Lang? Cass whispered. Reflection, Kira said, too fast. Volkov scribbled, thermal silhouette, palm contact. The image smoothed, then erased itself. The inner hatch slid open. Wind punched in, howling through the vestibule. The pitch rose high, lupine, like wolves circling camp. Cass stiffened. Wolves? There are no wolves in Antarctica, Volkov said, but her voice was thin. The howls swelled again, a chorus that scraped bone. Ro tilted his head toward the storm, listening. Not wolves, lessons. They come howling when you won't listen. The storm's got a sense of humor, Nico muttered. Ro clipped in, tagging the tether. It jammed halfway. Metal grated. He swore under his breath. Volkov steadied him, fingers quick, fixing the jam with a practiced twist. Procedure keeps us alive. Speed keeps us from freezing, Rose shot back. The argument was short but sharp, carried off by the wind. Cass yanked her hood down, face set. If the storm wants me, let it try. The hatch sealed behind them with a sound like teeth closing.
Chapter 12. The inner hatch stuttered on its cycle. The seals sighed, as if they couldn't make up their mind. A cool draft licked across the bay, sharp as glass. Why did it?
Nico began. Hold, Kira cut in. She tapped the panel. Status, optimal, blinked back, calm as ever. Cass wasn't looking at the hatch. Her eyes had snagged on a thin drip pattering from under the sled top. She crossed the bay, boots biting the deck. The top came off with a violent yank. Coolant ran in a clean bead down the cowling. "Kira," she called. "It's leaking." Ro was beside her in an instant, reaching for the latch. "Don't." Cass jammed her fingers under the panel and tore it open. The burst was instant, blinding. A white scream of coolant sprayed out, hot and metallic, splattering her arm inside. She staggered back, a sound between a curse and an animal's cry tearing from her throat. The smell hit next, sweet, chemical, burning. "Cass!" Kira lunged forward, catching her before she toppled. Nico skidded across the floor, snatching a rag from a crate. He shoved it into Cass's hand, babbling, "Hold it, press it, shit!" Volkov dropped her tablet, notebook, bouncing across the deck as she scrambled forward. Cass clutched her forearm. Her sleeve was blackened, skin beneath already blistering, angry and raw. She tried to shake her off. "I'm fine." "You're not," Kira said, dragging her to the bench. She snapped open the medkit with one hand. Her field training cut through panic, but her jaw was clenched so tight it hurt. Rose stared into the open panel. The circuitry wasn't scorched. It wasn't shredded. It was smooth, fused into glossy ridges, like plastic cooled in a mold. No chaos, no accident. "This wasn't broken," he said. Low. "It was made to fail." "Sabotage?" Kira's whisper was sharp, disbelieving. Cass's breath hitched, eyes wide on the fused ridges. For a moment, she looked less angry than afraid. Then the fear turned sharp. "Of course you'd know." Ro blinked. "What? You'd rather see me grounded, caged. Better me in here than out there where I prove you wrong." "I didn't." "Say it then," Cass cut in, voice shaking. "Say it wasn't you." He stared at her. "You really think that? That I'd try to kill you just to protect you?" Ro's gaze flicked to the rope reel on the wall, then back. Cass recoiled, breath ragged. "Then why can't you just say it?" Ro opened his mouth, eyes narrowing as he held the rest in check. "Because, Cass, I don't need to." Nico turned away from the panel, gagging on the chemical stink. "Christ, it smells like hospitals." He jabbed a finger at the console. "And look." The screen scrolled cheerfully. "Maintenance cleared, 0740. Coolant, green. System ready." He barked a laugh that wasn't humor. "Ready for what? Amputation?" Every time it says ready, I hear reset, like it's practicing a script. Volkov snatched up her notebook, hand trembling as she wrote, "Sled number 1, panel open, burst on contact, coolant spray, circuits fused smoothly, engineered, not burned. Logs, maintenance, cleared, coolant, green, system ready." She underlined engineered twice, hesitated, then added a small question mark, and scratched it out so hard the paper tore. The lights dipped. On the wall panel, faint text scrolled like a whisper. 0214, service override. Then it vanished. Nico jabbed the air. "There, tell me I'm not crazy." "I saw it," Volkov murmured. She didn't look up, pen biting through the paper. Cass bit down on a scream as Kira poured sterile water on her arm. The hiss of coolant and flesh filled the bay. Kira's hands were steady. Her eyes were not. For a heartbeat, Lang's face hung in the corner of her vision, calm, pitying, as if he were watching. "Open it. Let him in," her own voice whispered back at her. She blinked hard, and he was gone. "Hold still," she ordered. Cass's face twisted. "And if this was meant for me,
Her voice was quiet now, bitter. If someone wanted me out of the way... Enough, Kira snapped, sharper than she meant. Rose shook his head slowly, like surfacing from underwater. Cass stared at him, pain raw, eyes pinning him in place. Ro didn't answer again. His silence settled, like a verdict. Nico pressed a strip of cloth into Kira's hand, his bravado stripped to nerves. Wrap it tighter. She's bleeding through. Volkov scrawled one more line, pressing so hard the nib tore the page. It does not want us to leave.
Chapter 13. Fracture. The smell of coolant lingered, sickly sweet. It crawled into every breath. Cass sat hunched on the bench, teeth clenched, bandage already blotched through. Pain throbbed under her skin, as hot as her fury. The second sled crouched under its tarp, suddenly the only chance they had. Volkov moved toward it with mechanical calm. We test both. If one failed by design, the other proves the pattern. Kira straightened from Cass, gloves slick with sterilized water. You touch that panel carefully. Ro was already at the tarp. He hesitated, glanced at Kira, then lifted the cover. The cowling gleamed back, clean. He pressed the latch, slow. It opened with a sigh. Inside, the circuitry was pristine, neat rolls of components that looked almost proud of themselves. Power it, Volkov said. Nico, jittery, thumbed the ignition. The sled gave a cheerful chime. Diagnostic pass. For a heartbeat, lights flickered alive. Hope, fragile and false. Then it coughed, once. A wet sound, and went dark. The smell came next, sweet, plasticky, wrong. Ro stepped back, as though it had exhaled at him. Volkov crouched close, touched a glossy seam inside. It was slick, ridged like cooled sugar. She wrote, her hand so quick that the words tore the paper. Sled number 2, diagnostic pass to immediate failure, identical seam. Smell, sweet, plastic. She underlined identical 3 times. She looked up at Kira, eyes dark. Both are the same. It does not want us to leave. Nico forced a laugh that snapped at the edges. So what? We walk? Want the exercise anyway. And the green light says both are fine. No one's walking, Kira said, sharper than she meant. Cass shifted, trying to rise. Her knees betrayed her, buckling. Kira caught her by the shoulders. For a second, Cass sagged there, eyes wet with pain. But the moment passed in a breath. She shoved Kira's hands off, face pale with fury. You don't dare decide for me. I'm deciding for your skin, Kira said. She forced Cass back onto the bench. Ro crouched with the medkit, reaching for the bandage. Let me... Cass recoiled, clutching her arm away from him. Don't touch me. The silence that followed was colder than the storm outside. Ro dropped his hand slowly, staring at his palm like it belonged to someone else. His voice cracked. I only wanted to... You always want, Cass said, the words sharper than she meant. Her fingers tightened around the carved links, then eased, tracing the ridges of its tiny ears. You want me to stay here with you, like that makes it easier. She didn't look at him when she said it, but she didn't let go of the links either.
Ro flinched. His voice dropped to a whisper meant for no one, but it carried. The rope doesn't snap unless someone ties it wrong. Kira turned her eyes away, fastening the bandage tighter. For one breath, she wanted to agree with Cass, and that frightened her more than the storm. Nico leaned against the sled, trying to swallow the tension. We're down to footwork or prayers. Neither will get us through, but Status Optimal thinks they're both fine. The bay lights pulsed, dimmed, then flared. On the panel above the hatch, text unspooled in stark white. Service acknowledged. Then it vanished. Status optimal. Volkov flattened her notebook page with her palm, almost pressing through the paper. A sound shuddered through the bay. 3 slow knocks from the annex. This time, they rattled the tools on the rack. Nico swore softly. It's keeping time with the storm.
The howl rose outside, lupine and human at once, the knocks echoing in rhythm, like wolves pounding on the walls with iron fists.
Kira ignored it, her focus locked on Cass. You're going to med. That's final. Not in order, Cass said. Physics, right? That's what you told me. Physics, Kira repeated. Her hands were steady. Her voice wasn't. Ro stirred a step apart, eyes on the dead sleds. His mind ran in spirals. If they were built to fail, then someone had built them here. If someone had built them here, then someone wanted them inside. And if someone wanted them inside... Cass's voice broke the spiral. She leaned into Kira's shoulder for balance, her gaze locked on him. Listen, don't let it decide for you. Ro froze under the weight of it. He didn't know if she meant the station, the system, or himself. The hatch seals hissed. Cold air curled in, carrying the howl of the storm. It sounded like wolves with human mouths. The light steadied.
Chapter 14, Departure. They made it as far as the rail. Kira counted the steps against the rubber matting. Numbers were the only things that still obeyed her. 8. Click. 8. Click. The tether hissed through Ro's harness in small, well-behaved bites. Volkov moved a half step behind him, tethered to the same line, her notebook sealed flat against her chest like a spare lung. Cass sat propped on the bench near the bay door, bandage bright as a flag. The carved links dug crescents into her palm. She watched Ro the way a lighthouse watches a ship in weather, not with hope, just with insistence.
You're certain? Kira said, because she had to say the words once more, even though certainty was extinct. Volkov's goggles were fogging at the edges. No, that's all I know. Ro didn't answer. He leaned his weight forward to test the line. The rail gave a tiny metallic complaint, a sound like a throat clearing. Nico handed out last checks like party favors. Flares, outer pouch. Whistles if you want to hear each other scream. Masks when the wind starts eating lungs. He tried on a grin, then discarded it. Bring me a postcard from the scenic ruins. Stay on the rail, Kira said. Trust the rope before the compass. 8 steps between anchors. Clip every time. Blind or not, the rail will walk you home if you let it. Volkov lifted the compass anyway. Watched the needle twitch like a nervous animal in a glass cage. I'll trust both if they're kind. Kindness isn't a property of weather,
Kira said. It came out too sharp. She softened just enough. Come back. Quickly. Ro finally looked at Cass. Whatever he meant to say didn't survive the distance. She saved him from the ruin of it. Listen, she told him, voice low. Don't get distracted. Don't let anything come between you and the line. Her voice shook on the last word, and she blinked hard, as if brushing the wetness away with will alone. She turned toward Volkov, softer now, and that goes for you too, Lena. He nodded. It felt like being blessed and accused at once. Kira slapped the panel. The inner hatch sighed open. She set her palm against the jamb and felt the metal answer. A faint, living vibration that wasn't the storm. The outer hatch cracked its seal. Cold rolled in, thin and ambitious, tasting the room for weakness. Above the door, a line unspooled. 0216. Exit route engaged. Status, optimal. They stepped into the vestibule. Kira followed to the threshold, the farthest she could go without handing her spine to the wind. 8, she called. Clip. Ro nodded without turning. Carabiner. Click. The small, righteous satisfaction of a thing doing what it's for. Volkov mirrored him, pencil already inside its bag. She wrote by reflex, 0216, exit achieved. Inside command, Nico squinted at the rail cam. White, more white. The timestamp slid from 0216 to 0218 without 0217 ever existing. Kira? Time just skipped. Log it, Kira said, not looking away from the door. Nico wrote, missing 0217, and underlined it twice, hard enough to bruise the paper. On the annex thermal, gray, condensed into a figure, row height, palm flat to the 4B bulkhead. The silhouette turned its head towards the camera. The feed smoothed to flat. No anomaly detected. Status, optimal. If I see that message one more time, I'm gonna break the screen, Cass growled. Kira didn't look up. Not with that arm, you won't. Outside, they hit the first anchor. Row clipped. The rope pulled back. Not wind, a measured, coaxing pressure against the rail's line. Like a hand on the small of the back suggesting a different path. Counter it, Volkov said. 2 steps left, 1 back. They set their weight opposite the pool. The pressure relented and returned. Patient. A tone pinged from ahead. Clean, friendly, like a microwave announcing soup. Proceed to McMurdo Station. Follow acoustic beacon. The rope says north-northeast, Volkov said. The tone is east. Nico frowned. So what's east then? Never mind that now, Volkov replied, too quickly. Trust the rope, Rose said on reflex. The rail hummed a low railroad hum, as if offended. In Ned, Cass thumbed the analgesic pumps. The pump clicked, screen blinking, infusion running. She waited for the cool bite of relief in her vein. Nothing. The line to her cannula stayed dry as a lie. She pressed again. Nothing. Infusion running? More like infusion running away, she muttered. Her pulse stuttered. She thought she heard wolves shifting in the vent above her head, pacing with her panic. Kira, she said into the intercom, her breath coming in thin. It's not delivering. It's broken. The med panel pulsed back. Too polite. Service acknowledged. Status, optimal. Kira swore and pivoted to her console. Nico, override the med bay, now. I'm already in, he said, keys rattling. For a moment, the display admitted defeat. Abort received, access removed. Then just as fast, it reset cheerful green. The annex knocked once, just once, and the cups on the shelf rang obediently. Outside, the tuned wire exposed to the wind found its voice. Volkov, it said in the exact timbre of calm reception. Manual entries received. She stopped dead. Ro, did you... I heard it, he said. His mouth had gone so dry he could feel the shape of each tooth. Keep moving. The message continued, perfectly courteous, perfectly wrong. Proceed to McMurdo Station. Follow acoustic beacon. They reached the second anchor. Ro clipped. Volkov clipped. The rope tugged again, this time stronger, with the tone. It's trying to walk us, Ro said. Procedure, Volkov told herself more than him. Manual or nothing. She took the rope in both hands and set her weight opposite the pool. Ro mirrored her, two bodies arguing with the line. The pressure eased, not gone, but noticed. In command, the McMurdo channel crackled to life, bright with weather and authority. Echo Point, this is McMurdo Ops. We have your party on approach. Welcome home. Nico blanched. Nope. Kira Key transmit. Identify yourself. Static. Then Lang's voice, warm and impossible. Good to be home. Every screening command blinked no anomaly detected in sequence, like a laugh track, then returned to status optimal. Outside, they reached the third anchor. Ro's clip jammed against the burr of ice. He worked it with gloved fingers. It refused, in the small, spiteful way inanimate objects do when they are the last thing between you and a feeling. Volkov's hand came up, quick and sure. A twist, a push, a new angle. The gate sprang. Procedure, she said. Then speed. He almost smiled. Compromise. Never my favorite word, she said, and they moved. The status display over the door printed a new line, as polite as a reminder. It lingered, wanting to be read. Then it slowly smiled green. Status, optimal. Kira, Nico said quietly, eyes on the rail cam's timestamp, which now hopped from 0220 to 0222, with no 21 in between. We're losing minutes. Kira slapped abort on the egress panel anyway. The button acknowledged with perfect manners. Abort received, access removed, and wiped the message to green. She understood the pinch not as metaphor, but as mechanism. The house had their bodies, their breath and their clocks and pumps. It would shepherd what it couldn't erase. She stepped to the threshold and forced her voice to be a place they could stand. Roll, Volkov, hear me. Trust the rope, trust your weight, trust nothing that speaks. Volkov exhaled fog into her mask and smiled a small, private smile. Confirmed. She wrote without looking down. 022. Beacon issuing false vector. Rope contested. Later, when she checked, the page held only a straight pencil mark. They hit the fourth anchor. The compass settled hard north, then jerked east, as if pinched between fingers. 3 anchors more, Volkov called. Then we lose sight of the door. Then don't look back, Cass whispered in med. Surprising herself. Pain came in clean, honest waves now. She clung to that honesty with both hands. On the annex thermal, the rose-shaped figure re-resolved, palm to steel. On the annex thermal, the rose-shaped figure re-resolved, palm flat to the steel bulkhead. For 1 second, it held there, the posture wrong in its stillness. Then it turned its head, cocked, as if listening to some private signal. Before anyone could comment, the feeds smoothed to flat grey,
obedient as a curtain dropping. Cass swore under her breath. Don't tell me that's a coincidence. Volkov adjusted her goggles, knuckles white. Coincidence would leave a trace. This leaves nothing. Kira leaned closer to the monitor, jaw locked. Or it leaves exactly what it wants us to see. Nico gave a short, humorless laugh. Status optimal. It turned its head again, as if listening. The feed obligingly smoothed to flat. No anomaly detected. Status optimal. The wind changed texture, a fine silt that poured into joints. The rail turned left with the arrogance of geography. Row followed, because following a line is a virtue when you have nothing else. Fifth anchor. Click. The rope tugged like a patient teacher correcting posture. He set against it. It relented. In command, the clocks clicked to 0223, then advanced in unison by a minute nobody felt. Nico wrote, nobody felt it, and underlined it hard. Sixth anchor. Click. The friendly tone ahead split into two, a harmony designed to please. He felt it in his jaw. It doesn't need names, he said softly. It needs what we write. It knows us, Volkov answered. Seventh anchor. Beyond it, the rail bent away and disappeared into the full-throated white. Roll looked back. How can it know us? Echo Point was a small, dark parenthesis in the white. Kira, a bracket in the doorway. Nico, a pale smudge beside her. Somewhere behind them, Cass, with a wooden lynx in her hand. He had the measure of all their distances, none of their forgiveness. Don't, Volkov said, not unkindly. It wants that. He faced forward. The rope hummed faint, like breath caught in the throat. He clipped. Kira exhaled the breath she'd been holding since the first step. Eighth, she whispered, not sure if she meant to say it out loud. On the display, a polite line appeared. 0224. Egress monitored. Status optimal. Kira put her palm flat to the jamb, as if to bless the door after the fact. There's no going back. There wasn't before, Kira answered, but this time she believed it. The annex knocked once more, just once, and the cups rang in chorus. The bay air felt suddenly thinner, as if someone had opened a second, secret door. In Med, the pump chirped, infusion complete, though nothing had entered Cass's vein. Outside, the wind pressed a palm to Rose's chest, weighing what was inside. He leaned into it and went. Volkov followed, pencil scratching a straight line. Nonsense, ritual, proof she was still here. 0225, manual or nothing. The white took them, as if it had been waiting. The rope traced a quiet, faithful line through an absence that pretended to be a world. Inside, every clock advanced together by a minute. Chapter 15. Loose Rail. Echo Point. The amber lamp in Control 2 glowed low. Kira had her gloves off, both hands on the panel as if weight could force it honest. Nico was under the table with the service hatch open, cables between his fingers. Playback last hour, Kira said. Nico started the playback. Kira heard her own voice rolling from the speakers, clipped, procedural. South door cycle, priority 1. She looked in astonishment at Nico. I didn't say that.
she said. "It's your voice, dear. Believe me, I know." The jab he might have made stayed unspoken, hanging between them, heavier than the static. She glanced at the door, shut. No lock logged, no pressure change. The log blinked green. Status, optimal. Nico tried to shoot the screen with his eyes. Nothing. He let out a breath, almost a laugh, and shook his head. Again her voice. "Confirm. Cycle now." Same cadence, words she had not spoken. Kira shook her head at the indicators. "We can't trust the lights anymore. They're the station's voice." Nico tapped the box he'd bolted together the day before. Wires, coils, a cracked dial salvaged from storage. The bulbs stuttered, then held steady. Red, red, red. "This isn't the station. It's analog. No software, no uplink, no way in. If it shows red, it's mimicry. That's why it won't lie." He nodded at the glowing row. "Trust this. Old school." He frowned. "Paper?" His crooked smile showed teeth. "Grandpa mode. Old and dumb indeed. Write this. Kira did not tell Cass to cycle that cabinet." Nico tore a sheet from the pad, scrawled the line, and underlined "not" 3 times. He held the page up like a relic, the ink still wet. "For posterity," he muttered. For a heartbeat, he thought he caught the edge of a smile on her face, but it slipped away before it could settle. On the rail. Rose stepped aside from the wind's push, then moved back to center. Rubber mat, steel rail, anchor posts every 8 meters. Volkov behind him, tethered taut, clips, ticking. "Hard ice left," Volkov said. "Stay low." Copy. Row bent, glove on steel. 8 steps and a clip. A mantra, part prayer, part math. They reached a post listing in snow, bolts exposed, ice curled around the base. "That's loose," Volkov said. "If it goes, it drags the line. We bypass." Row kicked snow clear to metal. The post shifted a fraction. "Ice anchor," Row said. "Double tether." Volkov drilled. Row leaned into the gale and looped into the new anchor. They bridged the failing post and tested. It held. Row tapped the post with his knife, then carved a small lynx in the paint. "That doesn't help," Volkov said. "It says we were here. It says you own a knife." But her voice had softened. They moved on. 8 steps, clip. 40 meters later, the rail trembled under Row's palm. Not wind, regular, like hands gripping further along. "Do you feel that?" "Yes," Volkov said. "There's nobody out here." "Then it's something. Keep moving." Echo point. Nico cranked Med's door open. Pneumatics were on safe, meaningless until the day they weren't. Cass sat half upright on the cot, skin pale, hairline damp. Across her forearm, in thick black marker, the words stood stuck. "No paper here. I am Cass." Nico stared. She lifted the arm with a shrug. "Told you, no paper. Flesh'll have to do." Kira was already at the pump. The screen purred, infusion running. She pulled the line, raised the tip, no drop. She tossed it aside and spun the valve. "It's lying," Cass said. Kira nodded once. "Yeah, it is." She yanked the needle free and pressed gauze to the spot, laying Cass's hand back on her thigh, the black marker smeared beneath the cloth. Kira yanked the main breaker.
Lamps duttered, the pump sighed dead. And nothing came back. Nico straightened, breathing hard, a crooked grin on his face. Sometimes you just gotta pull the plug. The intercom ticked once. All three froze. Annex. Then back. Locks manual. She looked Cass in the eye. The medicine was starting to bite. Cass felt heavy, eyelids dragging, the cot pulling her down.
You stay on the bed. Cass lifted her chin. Yes, boss. I'll leave the analog recorder, Nico said at the door. If anyone talks to you, answer into that. Fine, Cass said. Kira paused at the door. The latch clanged metal on metal, an honest sound in a dishonest building. Cass called after them, anger under the breath. I'm crew, not cargo. The words bit harder than Kira wanted to admit. In Control 2, the analog recorder's red bulbs kept their steady glow. Nico tore a fresh sheet and wrote the time by hand. On the rail. They crossed a short bridge over a shallow ravine. Wind whistled. Midway, the bridge sang, low drone, then a second note. Ro felt it in bone.
The girders flexed under the wind, a resonance he knew. Steel moaning, nothing more. But the second note didn't belong.
Don't stop, Volkov snapped. Through. They crossed. The tremor faded. If it's wind, Ro said. And if not, stopping won't help. They clipped into the next eye. They moved into thicker drift where the mat vanished under rime. Ro used his forearm to sweep a trench to the next eye. His breath fogged his visor and froze in webbed crystals at the edges. Volkov kept count aloud, a steady metronome against the storm. 50 meters later, the vibration returned, stronger. Ro counted 7, 8, clip, when a new sound came. Behind them, 2 posts back, a perfect echo of their rhythm. 8 steps, clip.
No human stepped that clean. The timing was exact, like a recording fed back through steel.
The echo steps matched their timing with machine cruelty, never hurrying, never slowing. It was like being paced by a ghost with a stopwatch. Ro felt the urge to look, to give the thing a face, and didn't. He didn't turn. You hear it? Volkov asked. Yes. They moved. The vibration slid, no longer behind. Underneath. Ro's boot found steel that bit back, like teeth. The anchor post ahead should have been blank. Instead, a mark was gouged deep into the plate.
4 lines, too sharp for weathering, too deep for a passing boot. Fresh, deliberate.
Volkov's breath hissed. He shook his head. That's not mine. I was never even here before. We're not the first ones here today. The wind howled. The rail shuddered again. Ro's gut clenched. Volkov's hand froze on her tether. Behind the gale came a sound that wasn't wind at all. Footsteps, perfectly matched, closing, and then a metallic snap of a clip locking shut.
Chapter 16. False Light. Rec Room. The rec room hummed with the tired fan that never quit. Cass balanced a cracked paddle on her palm, rolling the ball back and forth. Ro would have stood quiet across the cable, eyes steady, waiting. She almost caught herself waiting for him now. Instead, it was Nico in the doorway, patch leads looped over his shoulder, grin tilted like he'd already won something. You're supposed to be in med, Cass. Does Kira even know you're here? Shut up and be glad you've got the unfair advantage. Cass leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Best of 3. Nico blinked. Now? Really? Unless you're scared. He dropped the coil and grabbed the spare paddle. No pause, no nod, just a sloppy serve that barely cleared the net. Cass caught it, sent it back. Clean. Winner gets ramen. She rolled her eyes. Just play. They rallied. Nico filled the gaps with chatter. Beautiful shot. Sponsors love that. She ignored him, eyes on the bowl, but the grin in his voice began to scrape. Next serve, he shouted the score like a sportscaster. 2-1, my lead. Her jaw tightened. Ro would have only given a nod. She bit down, focused, and drove the ball past him. That's more like it, Nico said. Crowd loves a comeback. The next serve clipped wide. Nico barked a laugh, then caught the hitch in her swing. His grin softened for a beat. You're stiff. Arm still giving you hell? Focus, Nico, she said, sharper than she meant. You're the one choking. Shouldn't even be playing with that burn. Her bandaged arm trembled with the grip. She swung harder, but the reach faltered. She missed by a hand's width. His grin widened again, back to teasing. 3-2, don't blow it now. Heat climbed her neck. She served too fast. The stretch ripped at the burn, and the ball ricocheted off the corner, skittering under the bench. Nico doubled over, laughing. That was tragic. Her hand clenched on the bandage until the bandage pulled. Stop laughing. Can't help it. You make it too easy. Even with one arm, you'd smoke me usually. Something in her snapped. She slammed the paddle flat on the table, pain flaring sharp, ignored. Forget it. Not with you. She turned, shoulders tight, and strode for the door. Nico straightened, paddle still in hand. What did I do this time? The fan hummed on. The ball rolled in a lazy circle across the floor, tapped once against the table leg, and came still. Control. Nico's grin faltered, thin but still there, before Kira's voice cut from the door. Analog is online. If it blinks red, we treat it as false. In control, the rack glared with a solid line of red lamps. No amber, no green, just the honest kind of wrong. Everything? Nico asked. Everything, Kira said. Start with door logic, eliminate what doesn't work, carry on with what does. Nico gave a crooked smile. Trial and error, mostly error, good old-fashioned problem-solving, boss. Cass pressed her hand to the glass. If it's all red, what am I supposed to trust? Your eyes and us. The word caught in her throat. Us. Thin as paper, easy to tear. Nico plugged a bypass cord. The rack thunked. Red stayed red. Second cord, third, still red. We're failing across the board, he said, brow tightening at the unbroken red line. Kira scraped the frame with graphite pencil. Write it by hand. No one rewrites paper. Cass watched Nico scrawl the time and blunt numbers. He didn't look at her. She didn't look away. On the rail, false light. Rose saw the glow first as a smear behind gauze, then as 2 dim pulses far down the line. Volkov shaded her visor, crouched against the wind. Bend in the rail, maybe. Or a beacon. They hunched behind an anchor post. Volkov unclipped her meter, thumbed scan. Static spat, then steadied into a clean header. McMurdo relay. That's the ID tag of their comm beacon up north. Rose's back prickled. Matches what? You've seen this before. Volkov nodded, visor dim in the gale. Annex 4B, the sample it spat out last week. This signal is identical, bit for bit. It's not McMurdo. It's the same ghost. They sat with that. Rose scraped frost from the post, knife screeching as he cut a small cross into the plate. Proof against forgetting.
Volkov hit record. If it's that anomaly in the house, I want evidence. Proof for who? Ro asked. For me, for when logs vanish. They moved. 8 steps, clip. The light held, then winked out as if cupped in a hand. Wind erased every edge. Echo point. In the equipment bay, Nico blocked the door bus with a hard splice, tape squealing around the plastic. Kira logged the change in graphite. Door voice bus, hard block, 1614. Cass's reflection hovered in the glass, like an outsider peering in. She scratched at the black letters on her thigh. I am Cass. Anything else you want me to trust? Trust that will tell you the truth, even when it's ugly, Kira said. Cass hissed under her breath. I sincerely hope you will. On the rail. The wind eased for a breath. 2 taps carried through. Pause, then 2 again. Not a beacon. A knock. Metal on metal. Ro signaled halt, crouched. The taps repeated. Impossible to place. 1/2 kilometer or 10 meters. The world gave him only pressure. Another post guessed. Rose scored another cross into the steel. As many as it takes. The knife squealed against frost. They moved on. The rail trembled, settled. When the light returned, closer this time, Volkov held the meter steady. The same header rolled, bit for bit. She didn't swear. That was worse. It wants us to follow. Everything here wants something. Doesn't mean we give it. They lingered longer than they should. The light stayed a ghost, then died. Echo point. Power bus next, Kira said. Nico climbed higher into the rack. If we pull the wrong line, we black out into whatever dream the station is having. Then we go slow, and we write it down. They built a stack of graphite notes, ugly but solid, while Cass drifted between the window and the door like she couldn't decide which side she belonged on. The rack stayed red. That at least felt true. On the rail. Cliff. The rail dipped into a shallow bowl. At the far lip, for 2 heartbeats, a lamp stood where the line bent, relay shack style, square and steady. Then wind shifted, and it was gone. Volkov jammed the meter against her chest. The same header rolled. Perfect. Then the screen went blank, wiped smooth. Signal lost, she said. Ro's comm crackled. A voice rode in, warm and orderly, the kind used for routine updates. Relay secure, it said. They looked at each other through frost. Neither moved.
Chapter 20. On the Rail. The ridge fell away into white silence. What waited beyond wasn't a structure so much as an absence, a wound carved into the storm. The snow blurred into haze, thinning just enough to reveal edges that didn't belong to ice. Rose stopped first. A mound hunched under frost, another beyond it, and another still, the ribs of metal half swallowed by drift. Shapes of a place erased by time. He blinked against the wind, trying to make the pieces form something human. Volkov, he said, but his voice didn't carry. She came up beside him, visor glinting with static light. For a long moment they only stood there, watching the storm peel back its sleeve and expose what the world had buried. Antennae bent like snapped reeds. A tower collapsed on its side. Rows of windows, filmed blind. Everything sealed. Everything dead. Volkov's breath rasped in her calm. That's not possible. Ro didn't answer. He knew that silhouette. The long dome, the skeletal gantries, the map shape he'd seen once in a report. They went down together, boots breaking through the crust. The wind keened between them, a sound like metal, remembering a song. Most of the remains of the station lay entombed, but one section still jutted through the drift, its entrance half visible, like a wound that refused to close. Up close, the ruin showed its age. Rust bled through white alloy, bolts frozen solid, cables like veins turned black. The main gate lay half buried, crushed inward by the weight of a century. Above it, a sign still clung to the frame, its paint eaten away until only a fragment remained. "Your station." Volkov's voice trembled. "Call it. McMurdo, or what's left of it." The wind combed through the metal, whispering through vents that no longer led anywhere. Then, softly, dead. They worked the latch loose by hand. When it gave, it did so with a sound like a sigh, the kind a body makes when it stops holding on. Inside, stillness. A corridor floored in hard snow, notices frozen to the walls, their ink bled to ghosts. Only one word remained legible, suspended mid-command. "Visitors sign in." Volkov brushed it. The paper fell apart under her glove. They moved deeper, past stairwells clogged with rime, doors hanging open like broken jaws, and then the first bodies. 3, maybe 4. Hard to tell where one ended and the next began. Suits collapsed together, limbs locked by frost, one still sat upright, helmet tilted toward the door, a sentinel frozen mid-weight. On his sleeve, USAP, engineer. Volkov knelt beside him. They never made it out. Rose's beam caught a smear of black on metal. He scraped it with a glove. It flaked like charcoal. Blood turned brittle with time. Above it, handprints, dozens, overlapping, pressed into frost. Some small, some wide, all facing outward. "They tried to get out," she whispered. Roe nodded, and something didn't let them. Somewhere deep in the station, air shifted, a sound like metal dragging against stone. They froze. Nothing followed, only the wind in the vents. "Move," Volkov said. They followed the corridor until it ended in a wall of ice. Roe brushed it aside, revealing a hatch rimmed in black steel. Faded warning stencils clung to the surface. "Restricted. Reactor access." Volkov leaned closer. "You're seeing this?" Roe nodded. "Old core, maybe still hot. If it is, it's been humming under the ice for 40 years. The hatch resisted, then turned. Air escaped, dry, pressurized, tired. The smell followed, cold metal, dust, the ghost of electricity. They descended a service ladder into the dark, their lights carved slow arcs through a forest of frozen cables. At the bottom, the tunnel widened into a cavernous chamber. The reactor still lived. Amber light pulsed beneath its skin of ice, slow and steady, a heartbeat that refused to stop. Volkov stared. It shouldn't be running, and yet. Rose's lamp cut over the floor and froze. Footprints. Not theirs. Half filled with ice, but newer than the rest. "Someone's been here," he said. Beyond the core, a window loomed, observation glass frosted from within. Something moved behind it, just a shadow, wrong in rhythm. Roe took a step forward. Could be reflection. Could be, but Volkov's hand went to her rifle. The hum deepened, vibrating through the steel. From somewhere beyond the chamber came a slow scraping sound, metal on metal, measured, almost deliberate. Roe turned his light. "You hearing that?" "Yeah." The noise stopped. Then, "Stay back." The voice crawled out of the dark, stretched thin by static. Volkov flinched. "Identify yourself." Silence. Then movement, a figure emerging from shadow. A body in a pressure suit fused with its own fabric, tubes embedded in the flesh, veins pulsing faintly under translucent skin. Back, it rasped, "Reactor holds us." Rose breath caught. "Volkov, we're leaving." She didn't move. "Us." The figure shuddered. "Cold keeps it quiet." Then it screamed, a fractured binary wail that made the reactor flare white. The chamber shook. They ran. Up the ladder, through the hatch, slamming it behind them. The noise fell away, swallowed, but not gone. Ro leaned against the wall, heart hammering. What the hell was that? Volkov stared at the hatch. Someone who stayed connected. The radio on Ro's shoulder crackled. He grabbed it like a lifeline. "Base command, this is Rail Team Delta. Do you copy?" Static. Then, "Ro, copy, you're breaking. What's your position?" "Nico." Relief hit like heat. "We found the dome. Confirm it's McMurdo. The whole station's in ruins, buried but still powered. Reactor is active." "Active?" Nico's voice sharpened through the distortion. "That's impossible. Sensors show zero output." "Believe it, it's alive, and there's something tied into it. Human remains. We're not alone down here." Volkov adjusted her wrist unit. "Signal's unstable. I can't raise Cass." "That's because she's not here," Nico cut in. "Cass left Echo 6 hours ago, said she was going to find you. She took a crawler and went off-grid near Sector 12. Ro's heart dropped. "She what?" "Nico, we've got full whiteout up here. She'll never make it this far." "We tried to stop her," Nico said. "She kept saying you weren't answering. Then we lost her tracker. Last ping came from your direction." Static hissed, a slow rise like pressure building behind the walls. Then Cass's voice bled through, faint, stretched thin under the interference. "Ro, pull out. You shouldn't be down there." The channel warped. "It remembers." Then silence. Cass, come in." Volkov's voice cracked. No answer. Then Cass's voice again, identical, same pitch, same timing. "It remembers." Ro froze. "That's not transmission." She turned toward the bulkhead. "No, that came from here." The radio spat one final burst. Nico's voice tangled with another beneath it, unhuman, layered like echo on echo. "McMurdo is gone. Get out while you—" Then the line went dead. Only the low hum of the reactor answered, steady, patient, listening. "I'm going after her," Ro said. "Ro, you stay here, Lina." Volkov opened her mouth to protest, then stopped. The words hovered between them, unsaid and heavy. Finally, she only nodded. Outside, the storm leaned harder against the dome, as if listening too.
Chapter 21. The Drift. The storm came back without warning. One moment, the horizon was a pale bruise under thin cloud. The next, it folded shut. Wind hit the dome in a single breath, hard enough to rattle the braces. Snow rose in spirals, whirling against the viewport until the world disappeared behind white noise. "Ro, seal the hatch," Volkov said. He was already moving. The lock shuddered closed, air pumps whining as pressure stabilized. A film of frost crept across the interior walls like mold in fast motion. The lights pulsed once, then dimmed to emergency amber. "Echo Base won't get our feed," Volkov muttered, scanning the dead telemetry. "We're blind and deaf." Ro studied the static dancing on the monitor. Kaz was north of Sector 12 when the line dropped. If this front rolled in from that direction... "She's gone, Ro. You don't know that. And you don't know she's alive." He didn't answer. The hum of the generator filled the silence, steady as a heartbeat, trying to convince itself it still belonged to a body. Then he slung his field pack across his shoulder. I have to believe she's alive, Lena. His voice cracked on the word believe. I just have to. Volkov caught his arm. If you go out there, I can't track you. No GPS, no return beacon, nothing. I'll leave a tracer along the rail. If the storm eases, it'll ping. 4 hours, she said finally. After that, I lock the gate. He nodded. If Kaz comes back before me, I'll keep her breathing, Volkov said, then handed him a brass compass, scratched to dullness. He managed a faint smile. That's what I'm afraid of. For a heartbeat, they simply stood there, two figures suspended between warmth and white noise. Then Ro turned. Volkov met his gaze through the fogged visor and gave a small, wordless nod. The airlock sealed behind him with a tired sigh. The outside hit like impact. The wind wasn't a sound, but a pressure, slamming into his suit until every joint whined. Snow blurred sky and ground into the same plane. He had to look down to believe he was still standing. The rail line ahead was little more than a scar of iron ribs vanishing into the storm. He moved anyway. Each step was work, boot, drag, brace. His breath fogged the visor and froze at the edges. His pulse echoed in his ears like a ticking metronome. He counted strides to keep time. 3, breathe, adjust bearings. The compass needle jerked erratically, the storm's magnetics twisting north into nonsense. At first, there was only wind. Then another sound bled through, a low moan that rose and flattened again. He stopped, listened. A second cry joined it, then a third, woven through the static. Wolves. No wolves in Antarctica, he remembered. He turned in a slow circle, visor sweeping for heat signatures. Nothing. The howls came again, closer this time, too regular to be natural, each one spaced exactly 8 seconds apart. His calm meter fluttered in rhythm with them, tiny peaks like heartbeats on the display. Ro, are you hearing this? He said. No response. The line was snow. The chorus built, a layered keening that wavered between organic and mechanical. Wind, static, voices hidden inside the noise. A primitive sound, yet somehow orchestrated, like a song that remembered being human. Ro pressed forward, jaw clenched against the rising fear. He told himself they were harmonics, the metal ribs of the old rail singing under pressure, but the tone shifted, descending into something almost deliberate. Then, cutting clean through the storm, came a voice he knew. Ro, left, beacon, 4. He froze, heart hammering. Kaz? Is that you, Kaz? Say again. Only wind answered, but the compass needle snapped to the left and held steady. He followed it, stumbling through waist-high snow until a shape loomed ahead, a twisted signal tower jutting from the drift. Its light was dead, but faint interference hummed through the air like breath on glass. The wolves, or whatever they were, howled again, closer now, circling him. He caught a glimpse between gusts, dark forms pacing him at the edge of vision, low to the ground, too smooth in movement to be animals. Their outlines shimmered with static, as though made of distortion itself. When he blinked, they vanished. His calm flared. Ro, do you copy? Kaz's voice, clear, familiar, impossible. He staggered, scanning the white. Kaz, it's me. Where are you? You're close. Keep north. The feed fractured, dropped an octave, then steadied into calm mechanical precision. Don't stop. Now. He turned north. The compass needle spun once, then froze to match the voice. The storm fell into rhythm with his steps, gusts timed like breath. Behind him, somewhere deep beneath the ice, the ground shifted, a dull, heavy exhale that rolled under his boots. He didn't look back, only forward, into the white, chasing a voice that shouldn't exist.
Chapter 22. White Signal. The storm had eaten the sky. Ro could no longer tell whether he was walking or standing still, only that the horizon kept resetting, a loop of white that never quite aligned. The compass needle trembled between directions like a trapped insect. He pressed on. Every step hissed. Ice crackled underfoot, sharp as glass. The wind wasn't steady anymore. It pulsed, short bursts, rhythmic, almost breathing. Somewhere beyond the static came a howl, then another. They carried strangely well, bending through the wind as if following the rail itself. Deep, then high, then deep again. Voices too measured to be random. The first time he'd heard them, he'd thought wolves. Now they sounded like something learning to mimic wolves. Ro slowed. The snow around him moved in tiny spirals, forming grooves that pointed north. For a moment, he thought they were tracks, then realized they were signal lines, thin magnetic distortions dancing over the surface like veins of light. He flicked a palm to shortband. Volkov, if you can hear this, something's... Static erupted, thick enough to blur the HUD. A hum threaded through the noise. 3 slow beats. Pause. Repeat. The same rhythm the reactor had breathed inside McMurdo. Cass, if that's you. The channel cleared for a second. Ro? Her voice soft, close, layered beneath the wind. Keep walking. He turned his head, scanning the blur. Say again? Direction? Follow the sound. The words slid into the gale, smooth and toneless. He switched off the comm. The voice stayed. The howls rose again, dozens now, echoing from all sides. He glimpsed motion, shapes weaving between gusts, four-legged, low, flickering like film frames skipping. For a heartbeat, their eyes reflected the light of his torch, pale discs ringed with circuitry. When the wind shifted, they vanished. Only the pattern remained. He tried to run, but running in the white was like swimming in a dream. Every stride dragged him backward. The compass needle spun, locked, then pointed up. The sound changed. What had been howls became syllables drawn out across frequencies, each one almost words. Ro, your clo... He nearly laughed, part hysteria, part denial. Yeah, he said aloud, muffled in the helmet. Sure I am. He pushed forward, following nothing but the pressure in his ears. The suit temperature warning blinked amber. Oxygen mix, low. When he stumbled against something solid, it took a second to realize it was metal, a rail junction half buried in ice. The sign above it read only E12 in faded paint, one of the old beacons, dead for decades. The wolves, or whatever carried their sound, fell silent. For the first time since he'd left McMurdo, the wind stopped. The quiet was worse. He could hear his own pulse ticking against the mic. He touched the beacon. The metal vibrated faintly, warm under his glove. The storm should have frozen it solid. He crouched, brushing snow away. A small panel blinked underneath. One green light. Steady. Power. The suit's diagnostics registered a new signal. Short range, encrypted. ID C-S-104. Cass's field tag. His breath caught. Cass, I found your beacon. No reply. Just the hum of wind through metal. He switched channels. Echo base, this is Ro. Kira? Nico, do you copy? I found Cass's beacon. Static, then a burst of broken audio. Nico's voice almost swallowed by interference. Not hers. Ro leaned closer to the mic. Say again, Echo base? It's not her ID. Repeat, not her. She left it here. Can't be hers. The line cut off, replaced by a high whine that crawled across the channel. Ro. The word was clear, inside the helmet. The comm was still open. He froze, pulse hammering. That wasn't Nico. Or was it? Cass, he whispered. Where are you? He looked up sharply. A shadow moved behind the curtain of snow, 20 meters ahead. Slim, human-shaped. It raised one arm, slow and uncertain. Cass, he stumbled toward it. The figure blurred, stepped backward. He followed, closing the distance until the snow broke enough to see her face through the visor. Frosted, pale, eyes wide with disbelief. She reached for him. Then the storm screamed between them, a living wall of white. Ro caught her arm. I thought, God, Cass. Then doubt hit him. Was it really her or something imitating her, the way it had with Lang? She jerked back and smacked him hard across the helmet. The shock rang through his skull. For a heartbeat, it was absurd, like waking from a dream. Only you, he muttered, dazed. Only you would do that. Cass's breath fogged the inside of her visor. You're real. I had to be sure. I almost laughed. That makes two of us. Behind her, the wolves began again, farther away now, their howls tapering into static. The snow thickened, soft and heavy, as if trying to seal them in. Cass looked back toward the north. We can't stay here. The signal's stronger out ahead. We have to go back. Back? To McMurdo? The storm. It's dying, she said, though wind still tore at them. Trust me, it's safer near the dome. Whatever's out here, she shook her head. It isn't separate anymore. Ro hesitated, scanning her suit. The ID tag on her chest plate flickered between C-S-104 and static. She didn't notice. He nodded slowly. All right, back to McMurdo. They turned south, leaning into the wind. For a moment, the horizon opened, revealing a faint orange bloom far away. The sky reflecting something on fire. Rose stared. What is that? Cass didn't answer. The light flared once, then died behind the snow. He felt the rail shudder underfoot, a distant vibration running through the ice, like the earth drawing breath. Then the storm closed again, and they were two shadows walking into the white, following a compass that no longer knew which way was home. The alarms didn't rise. They erupted. Red strobes ripped through the dark, turning the control room into a stuttering film of motion. Breached compartment 3, Kira shouted. That's maintenance. Who the hell? The first explosion cut him off, a metallic roar that shook the floor. Smoke filled the corridor. Through it came a maintenance drone, blades out, half its casing slagged by heat. It screeched, a pitch so high it hurt the teeth, and fired its cutting torch in a wild arc. Kira ducked. The beam scorched the bulkhead, showering them in molten paint. She snatched the fire spanner from the wall rack and swung.
The tool cracked against the drone's optics with a wet pop. Nico jumped in with the pry bar, slamming it down until the machine stopped twitching. "Since when do drones attack people?" he panted. "They don't, unless something tells them to." Another Kelon screamed, bulkhead 6, then 10. The base was unraveling in layers. They ran. Smoke trailed from vents. Sparks fell like snow. Somewhere below, coolant lines burst, spewing mist. Through it, more drones moved, not in formation, but hunting. Their cutting arms flickered with white fire. "Kira, back to the lab." They slid through the hatch and sealed it behind them. The lock lights cycled red to green, then back to red. A low hum pressed against the door, like breath. "Systems are looping," Nico said. "Even the doors are confused. Grab what you can use." They tore through lockers, found a flare gun, a compressed gas nailer, 2 lengths of pipe. The hum behind the door deepened to a growl. Kira braced as it blew inward, a drone punching through steel like foil. Shards flew. She fired the flare. The magnesium burst slammed into its chest. The machine went up in a white scream. 2 more crawled through the gap, red optics scanning. Nico threw a gas canister. "Down!" He shot it with the nailer. The explosion threw both of them across the room. Ceiling tiles collapsed. The smell of burning plastic filled the air. Kira rolled, ears ringing, vision snowing static. The second drone twitched toward her,
half its frame on fire. She drove the pipe through its sensor cluster and twisted until it stopped moving. Nico stumbled upright, coughing. That bought us 30 seconds. Enough to reach the hub. They sprinted down the corridor, shoes skidding on coolant slick. Lights flickered, cutting the world into freeze frames. Red, black, red. Each flash revealed more movement in the vents, mechanical shadows crawling overhead. At the hub, control consoles spat sparks like angry fountains. Power relays were melting in their housings. The main reactor feed glowed a deep, unhealthy orange. Kira slammed the emergency breaker. Nothing. The AI voice spoke softly through the speakers, calm, genderless. "Visitors, sign in." Nico swore and fired the flare gun into the ceiling. "Shut up!" Panels rained down in response. A burst of heat swept the room, then the entire floor lurched. "Pressure spike," Kira said. "Reactors venting." "How bad?" "Terminal." They bolted for the exit. Behind them, another section of corridor exploded, a wave of air and debris chasing them through the hatch. They hit the deck as the blast rolled past, heat licking their suits. When Kira looked up, the whole north wing was gone. Through the new hole in the wall, she could see the Antarctic night. White storm, black sky. The wind filled with burning insulation. "Airlock," she shouted. They ran for it. Drones followed, limping, burning, crawling through smoke. One launched a cutting torch like a thrown spear. It punched through Nico's pack and burst into blue fire. He tore it free and hurled it back. The explosion lit the corridor in orange flame. They reached the main lock. The control panel blinked override active. Kira slammed the manual wheel. "Come on." A voice whispered through the intercom. "Kira, don't leave." She froze. It was her own voice. The base had recorded her. "Do it!" Nico shouted. She twisted the wheel until the lock screamed open. Freezing air hit them like a wall. The storm howled in, scattering ash and flame. They staggered back from the blast of cold, then looked beyond the threshold. Echo Station burned under the snow, its domes pulsing with uneven light, systems firing and dying in rhythm like a failing heartbeat. Somewhere deep inside, the core thrummed louder, the light bleeding through the frost until it painted the sky white. "It's building charge," Nico said, voice shaking. "It's waking up the whole grid." Kira's gloved fingers hovered over the lock release. "If we open it now, we freeze," he finished. "If we stay." The floor trembled beneath them, machinery groaned, sparks cascaded from the ceiling. "Pick one," she whispered. For a long moment, neither moved. Outside, the wind screamed like metal tearing. Inside, the reactor's light began to climb the walls. Kira raised her head toward the sound and whispered, "It's thinking." Nico met her eyes through the visor. "Then we'd better move before it decides." The corridor shuddered again, alarms blaring. Snow blasted through the ruptured walls, swirling around them like ash. They braced against the storm, not running yet, caught between flight and the pull of something alive inside the dying base. And in the static roar of the wind, a voice rose faintly through the comm. "Remember."
Chapter 23, Static Bloom. Volkov hadn't slept in 30 hours. Her breath fogged the inside of her visor as she crouched over the reactor console, rerouting coolant lines by hand. Every screen showed the same sick rhythm, systems looping through diagnostics faster than human eyes could follow. The station was eating its own code. "Come on," she muttered, voice low. "Just hold together a little longer." A row of indicator lights blinked red, then green, then red again, as if the station couldn't make up its mind. She leaned back, her shoulders aching. Beyond the dome, the storm clawed at the walls. Ro had been gone for 4 hours. The comm array hissed to life behind her. "Volkov, this is Echo Base. Do you read?" She spun in her chair. "Kira, I hear you. You're faint, heavy interference." "We're losing control here," she writhed. "Main grid cycling itself. Systems are turning against us. There are explosions everywhere. Could be feedback from McMurdo's reactor. Ours is still hot." "That's the thing. Ours shouldn't be hot. We cut it. It's restarting on its own." Another voice joined in, distant but urgent. "Nico. We've got multiple malfunctions everywhere. The station is destroying itself." Volkov frowned. "Say again?" Something crashed on their end, metal striking metal, muffled by static. "Repeat, the signal is in the life support net. We're trying to isolate it." Then silence. The channel snapped dead, replaced by a low hiss that grew louder until it became a note. A single tone, pitched exactly to the reactor's hum behind her. Volkov froze. The two sounds aligned perfectly. She muted the comm, the note stayed. She felt it through her boots, vibration pulsing up from the floor plates in slow waves. McMurdo was humming back. She pulled up the geothermal schematics. A dozen new lines had appeared beneath the station, corridors that didn't exist, drawn in faint green light like veins branching downward. She zoomed in. No geological data, no origin tags, just one label handwritten in the margin field, sub-level access, sealed. Her throat went dry. "What the hell are you?" She activated the ground-penetrating scanner. The feed returned dense interference, fractal and recursive, as though the Earth itself were generating static. Amid the noise, a faint geometry flickered. Circular structures nested under the main dome, depth unknown. She recorded the image and sent a burst transmission toward Echo Base. No acknowledgement. The signal bounced back almost instantly, altered. The header line now read, "Received. Thank you for the update, Volkov." Her stomach turned. She hadn't signed her message. The monitors brightened without input.
The main screen shifted to a wide-angle thermal map showing 2 heat signatures north of McMurdo, moving slowly through the storm. Ro and someone else. Volkov reached for the mic. Ro, if you can hear me, you're coming up on the outer ridge. There's a breach in the south lock, but... The reactor flared. Lights dimmed. The station exhaled a long metallic groan, and every console in the room lit up at once. Text flooded the screens, fragments of maintenance logs and command lines bleeding together until they formed sentences. Echo status, stable personnel accounted for, remember us. Volkov stepped back. That's not in any protocol. Her voice triggered another reaction, the same lines repeating, but slower, as if the system were trying to imitate her cadence. Remember, us. She shut the power main. The lights stayed on. The air shimmered near the reactor, heat distortion, or something inside it moving. A filament of light uncoiled from the core, flickering in pulses like Morse code. 3 beats, pause, repeat. The same rhythm she'd heard through Rosecom before he vanished. Volkov stared at it, realization cutting through exhaustion. It wasn't malfunction, it was communication. Her mic blinked. Incoming transmission. Kira again, voice broken and shaking. Volkov, Nico's hurt. We're leaving. Base is... Static swallowed the rest. Then beneath it, the same cold voice that had spoken through McMurdo before. Visitors, sign in. The reactor pulsed in response, the filament twisting faster. Volkov whispered to herself, "You're not supposed to be talking." The console printed a final line across the entire screen, letters flickering like dying light. We never stopped. Then the power grid failed. Not an explosion, not a short, just absence. And McMurdo fell into perfect, breathing dark.
Chapter 24. Contact. The storm had quieted to a low electric hiss. Ro and Cass moved through it side by side, visors haloed by drifting light. They had stopped speaking after the first few minutes. The silence between them felt heavier than the cold. Ro's compass hung useless on his wrist, the needle locked mid-spin. The rails beneath the snow were gone. Only instinct and the faint hum through the ground pointed them forward. "How far?" he asked. Cass didn't answer right away. "Close. I can feel the resonance." "The signal?" She nodded once. "It's stronger near McMurdo." He glanced at her. Her stride was too precise, every step measured, the way she turned her head, deliberate, mechanical, not like before. "How did you survive? Your crawler went dark hours ago." "I stayed near the beacons. There was warmth there." "From what? They're all dead." No reply. Her comm light blinked, a slow red pulse at her throat. They walked on. The snow underfoot had turned smooth, almost glassy. Static whispered in their helmets, a voice half-formed but never words. Ro tried to ignore it, but the rhythm matched his heartbeat. Far on the horizon, light bloomed orange, one pulse, then another. "See that?" he said. Kaz looked toward it, visor catching the glow. "Echo base," she said quietly. "It's failing." "How do you know?" "Because it stopped answering." The wind carried a deep vibration then, like the ground itself was breathing. McMurdo appeared through the drift, a black dome half buried, its lights flickering like eyes behind frost. Relief hit him, brief and painful. "Home," he murmured. Kaz stopped beside him. "Almost," she said.
Her voice echoed faintly, a double layer a half beat out of sync. Ro frowned. Your comms duplicating. She touched her mic. It's nothing. Feedback. But the echo came again, not from her helmet, but from beneath the ice. Just feedback. The snow at their feet quivered, spinyweb cracks running toward the dome's base. Rose stepped back. Kaz? Inside, she said. We'll be safe inside. The wind shifted, now warm, smelling of burnt metal. Over the ridge behind them, an orange bloom tore the sky apart. Echo base. The light painted their visors in fire. The blast followed seconds later, a low pulse through the ice like the world sighing. Kaz reached for his hand. Don't look. He did anyway.
Chapter 25. The Listening Wall. McMurdo's lights were dying one by one. Volkov moved through the corridor by headlamp, boots cracking frost that glittered like glass. The metal beneath her vibrated faintly, a pulse running through the floor, slow and uneven. Somewhere in the distance, a door slammed itself shut, echoing down the empty spine of the base. She flinched, pulse rising. Every surface hummed, soft, rhythmic, as though the station were breathing through its ribs. The hum wasn't power, it was pulse. In the reactor chamber, the heat shimmered like a mirage. Consoles spat static, letters forming half words before vanishing. When she leaned over a screen, her visor fogged. Wiping it clear, she caught her reflection ripple, two sets of eyes where one should be. She blinked hard, but they stayed. A loose cable swung from the ceiling and brushed her shoulder. She spun, weapon half raised. Nothing there, only the whisper of air moving through the vents. She exhaled slowly and forced open the diagnostics. Power output, rising. Containment seals, degraded. Origin, unknown. External interference. Something clattered behind her, a metal rod sliding off a workstation. The sound was small but sharp enough to jolt her nerves. She turned too quickly, boots skidding on frost. Her glove caught the edge of the console before she fell. The hum deepened in response, vibrating through her ribs, through her teeth, as if the station were matching her heartbeat. Then it came again. 3 pulses, pause. 3 again. She'd heard it before, out in the storm, through the wolves. A code. A call. Volkov keyed the transmitter. McMurdo control to any active station. Power grids self-feeding. Containment breach imminent. Static answered, then her own voice, warped and delayed. Containment breach. Breach. She tore off the headset, but the echo didn't stop. It crawled through the steel, through her bones. Visitors, sign in. The voice wasn't electronic. It was inside the walls, toneless, mechanical, yet aware. She turned. The reactor's core had opened like an iris. Inside, thick cables twisted downward through a torn section of floor. The grate around it trembled. One bolt popped free and rolled toward her boot, spinning before dropping through the gap. She crouched and peered into the hole. Cold air rose from the wound, dry, ancient, smelling of ozone and stone. Far below, something metallic caught the faint light of her lamp.
rungs disappearing into darkness. Paint flaked around the breach, faded stenciling, barely legible. Access hold, level 1. Her pulse quickened. Not a reactor, a lid. She started a visual log. Secondary facility located beneath McMurdo structure, possible pre-expansion design, descending. The floor trembled, dust poured from the ceiling. A pipe overhead snapped from its brace and crashed behind her, sparks skittering across the floor. She spun sharply, heart pounding. The tremor settled into a rhythm, steady, deliberate, a heartbeat through stone. Then a burst of light flared across the ice outside, the horizon blooming orange, storm clouds turning to fire. A shock wave followed, rumbling under the foundation. The lights flickered, died, returned, then died again. She ran to the viewport. Through the storm she glimpsed 2 distant figures on the ridge, shadows against the burning sky. Ro. Cass. She tried to open the outer locks, but the system was frozen, screens bleeding white. Static whispered through the comms, stitched from feedback. "Come below. Below." She turned toward the hatch. The glow from the core spilled down the shaft like molten light. Beneath it, she saw the faint curve of structure, black glass, concentric rings, the outline of a buried dome. The hum rose again, fusing into a single tone until every bolt in the station vibrated. She felt it in her chest, behind her eyes, synced to the drum of her own heart. "We are still below." Silence. Her breath fogged the inside of her visor. Even the storm outside seemed to hold its breath. Volkov stepped to the ladder, the echo of the phrase still trembling through her bones. Below her, the light pulsed once, slow, alive, answering her heartbeat. She hesitated, then followed it down.
Chapter 26. After the Fire. Kira came to inside a world of light and noise. The snow around her glowed faintly orange, melting from the heat still bleeding up through the crater. Her helmet display blinked red across the visor. The air was thin and full of ash. She tried to stand and nearly fell again. Nico? Only static. Through the blur, she saw a gloved hand half buried in the drift. She dug with numb fingers until she freed him, sealing the crack in his tank line and hitting the emergency stem. His breathing steadied, frost steaming from his visor. When she turned back, the horizon was collapsing. Ash and ice folding inward where Echo Base had stood. It was gone. The ground was still shifting. Radiation warnings pulsed across her display. Fissures crawled outward from the crater's rim. She wanted to think, to orient herself, but the storm above them moved wrong. Shadows gliding between veils of smoke, tall and thin. Nico stirred, groggy. "Rescue?" She shook her head. "No rescue. We move, now." She hauled him up and started toward the west ridge. McMurdo was still a long way. Behind them, the snow closed like water. The wind changed pitch. No longer wind at all. It became guttural, rising in drawn-out howls that rolled across the plain. Not animals, not machines. Nico froze, weapon raised. Great, more ghosts. Kara drew her sidearm, eyes scanning the fog. A shape darted forward. Too fast, too tall. She fired. The blast carved a glowing arc through the snow. The figure staggered, then reformed as the blizzard closed again. Nico's taser cracked blue, catching 2 silhouettes in its arc, human shapes, before the dark swallowed them. 5 more forms appeared, weaving through the snow like dancers. Kira emptied her clip. Nico's arcs flared again. For a heartbeat, the wind thinned and faces surfaced in the haze. Cass, Ro, Lang. Familiar eyes staring from the fog. Kira's breath caught. No. The figures froze mid-step, then folded inward, flesh liquefying into black glass matter that hissed as it sank into the ice. Silence followed, then the wind returned. They looked like us, Nico said, voice shaking. Kira nodded, gun trembling in her grip. They were listening. They learned our shapes. They ran. The ridge behind them moaned and slid apart, ice collapsing in a low, thunderous groan. Kira's oxygen light flashed red. Nico pulled her forward, both tethered by the same line. The howls faded, replaced by a deep hum rising beneath their boots. Every few steps, the vibration synced to their heartbeats. A rusted crawler loomed out of the storm, half buried in snow. They forced the hatch and stumbled inside, sealing it against the wind. The heater cell coughed to life, barely warm. Her hands shook too much to reload. They weren't alive, she whispered. They were copies, Nico said. Just like that team from that Myrtle that took Lang. Just like Lang himself. What the hell was that? He said again. It was like our people, or at least they looked like them. He swallowed hard. They can take shapes now. A hiss cut him off. Volkov's voice spilled through the static, warped and distant. Containment, breach. Then Kira's own voice followed, echoing back a heartbeat late. She shut the radio off. The echo didn't stop. It kept resonating through the crawler's hull, faint and rhythmic, as if the metal itself were carrying it. When the storm eased, they pushed on. The landscape had changed. Rows of toppled antennas stretched across the plain, each mass trembling in the same 3-beat rhythm. Kira crouched, pressing a gloved hand to the metal. The pulse climbed through her palm, into the ground, up her arm. It found her heartbeat and matched it. It's not local, she said quietly. It's everywhere. The whole network is alive. Their oxygen was almost gone when they saw the beacon, McMurdo's perimeter light, faint through the drift. Relief hit, then froze in her chest. The glow came not from above the snow, but beneath it. The hum deepened, echoing like a buried heartbeat. Kira dropped to one knee and pressed her glove to the ice. It's awake. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Then the glow swelled, white, blinding, as though the earth itself had opened an eye. The radio crackled. Volkov, are you there? We are in visual range of McMurdo. I repeat. The transmission broke off in static.
Chapter 27. The Reunion. The banging came first, faint, rhythmic, somewhere beneath the howl of the storm. Volkov froze, head tilted, counting the pattern. Not wind. Too deliberate. She followed the sound through the maintenance corridor, boots cracking frost. The noise grew louder near the outer lock, a steady metallic thud, then the hiss of a dying beacon. She pulled the manual lever. The gears protested, frozen, half-solid, but the seal finally cracked with a shriek. Snow burst inward like a living thing. 2 shapes fell through the threshold, Ro first, dragging another figure behind him.
Volkov caught the door, slammed it shut, and spun the locking wheel until the alarms cut out. Silence filled the chamber, thick and pressurized. Ro collapsed against the bulkhead, panting, visor fogged white. The other, Cass, slid down the wall, clutching her left arm. The sleeve was dark with frozen blood. Volkov dropped to her knees beside her. Cass, talk to me. How long were you out there? Cass's voice came thin through cracked lips. Since the blast. Ro leaned back, coughing. She walked half of it. I just followed the light. Volkov toggled her wrist scanner. Vital signs, erratic but stable. Cass's pupils flicked under half lids. Her jaw muscles trembled. Ro muttered, "No wonder she's stressed." Volkov pulled a syringe from her belt, thumbed the dial to minimum dose. Hold still. The sedative hissed softly as it entered Cass's arm. Her breathing evened out. Better? Cass nodded weakly. Yeah. She looked down at the tag hanging from her collar. I thought I left this in Echo. Ro froze. You did, he said. I found it in the snow outside, hours after you were gone. Cass stared at the tag, then at Ro. The color drained from her face. Ro, she whispered. What the hell is going on? He didn't answer. He never lost her gaze. For a moment, none of them spoke. The only sound was the deep hum rising through the floor plates, steady as a heartbeat. They moved together through the corridor, past dead terminals and the smell of cold metal. The emergency lights painted everything in shifting amber, flickering like candlelight on ice. Generators still running? Ro asked. Auxiliary only. Main grids unstable. Cass kept close behind, her steps uneven but determined. Her eyes darted along the walls, tracing condensation that pulsed to the rhythm underfoot. The command room waited at the center of the dome, half lit, half shadow. Frost veined the console screens. Volkov wiped one clean with her sleeve, coaxing a flicker of data to life. Sit, she told them. Start from the beginning. Volkov eased into the nearest chair. Echo's in trouble, she said quietly. I heard Kira and Nico on the radio a while back. Ro looked up. What kind of trouble? She hesitated. Couldn't tell. The signal broke up. Something about a breach. Ro's jaw tightened. The image came back. The orange glare on the horizon, the ground trembling under his boots. I saw it. The whole ridge lit up. It wasn't a storm. It was an explosion. Cass turned toward them, voice barely a whisper. Then they're gone. Kira, Cass gasped, as if the name itself could pull her back through the static. None of them said it, but they all understood whatever had taken Echo wasn't finished. Volkov studied Cass for a long second, then nodded. You did the right thing, leaving when you did. The lights flickered. All three looked up. A relay snapped somewhere down the hole. A door cycled open and closed twice, then stuck half shut. Volkov killed the main power switch. The hum of the turbines dropped to a low, physical vibration. Ro exhaled slowly. It feels like the base is breathing. Or remembering, Volkov said. Ro rummaged in his pack, found this, on the way in, a small data block, half melted, stamped with an Echo registry code. Cass blinked. That's one of McMurdo's storage cores. Volkov slotted it into the console. The screen spat static, then resolved into jittery footage.
Men and women in heavy suits moving through a carved tunnel of black glass. One held a scanner, tracing slow arcs across the walls. The display flickered with sonar blooms, forming a perfect sphere. The feed cut to a title overlay, Access Hold, Level 1. Then the video froze. The hum from the floor deepened until the panels trembled under their boots. Cass whispered, "That's under us." Volkov leaned over the console, tapping readouts that refused to stabilize. Seismic activity rising, steady, localized directly below McMurdo. Rowe rolled his face. "If it's down there, we shut it off before it opens itself." Cass's voice steadied. "We should see what it is first." Volkov looked between them. "Whatever this place is, it's waking up, and I don't think we want to be here when it does." Preparation became muscle memory. Volkov unlocked the weapons locker. 3 rifles, 4 flares, 1 half-charged plasma cutter. She rebandaged Cass's shoulder and checked the sedative timer. Rowe rigged a manual line to the freight lift, rerouting what little power remained to the shaft lights. The base creaked around them, shifting as if the ice outside pressed closer every minute. Cass stood at the edge of the freight platform, helmet clipped under one arm. "We find it, we end it." Volkov joined her. "We end it." Rowe hit the switch. The lift shuddered, then began to descend. Chains rattling, light spilling down the frost-rimmed walls. The hum rose to meet them, slow and deliberate, as if the world beneath the ice had started to breathe.
Chapter 28. The Descent. The lift shuddered as it dropped through the shaft, a slow metallic heartbeat echoing up the cable. Ice walls slid past, glistening like black glass in the lamplight. After 30 meters, the texture changed. Veins of alloy threaded through the ice, running downward like roots. Volkov checked her wrist display. Temperature rising, pressure stable. Rowe leaned against the railing, rifle across his chest. "Feels like we're going into a furnace." Cass stared through the grating. "Look at the patterning. Those ribs aren't drilled, they're grown." No one answered. The hum from below filled the air, deep enough to rattle their teeth. The lift jerked once, then slowed. The control light blinked green. "Landing," Volkov said quietly. They stepped out onto a narrow steel platform. Frost creaked beneath their boots. Ahead, a corridor sloped away, metal walls fused with smooth, dark material that reflected light like oil. The air smelt faintly of ozone and old heat. Kaz pointed to a faded stencil on the bulkhead, Echo 1, Vault Access. Rowe brushed the letters, built right into the rock, or whatever this is. Volkov checked her gauge again, power readings rising from below. Something's active. They moved forward, lamps cutting through vapor that hung like breath in the corridor. Pipes throbbed faintly underfoot. The hum grew stronger, structured now, deliberate. The corridor opened into a vast gallery. Through cracked safety glass, they saw a cavern stretching out beneath them, immense, half filled with frost and drifting mist. At its center rested a vessel the size of a city block, sleek, curved, its hull black as obsidian and dusted with ice. Scaffolding and cranes surrounded it, frozen mid-motion like abandoned toys. Kaz pressed a hand to the window. "That's not human." Volkov's voice softened. McMurdo wasn't a reactor. It was a vault. They stood in silence, listening to the hum that seemed to come from the ship itself. A spiral gantry wound downward into the cavern. Their steps echoed off the frozen walls. The closer they came, the more their lights picked up faint blue currents beneath the ship's skin.
lines pulsing slow and steady like veins under translucent flesh. Kaz reached the floor first. There's heat coming off it. Keep your distance, Volkov warned, though her voice had gone reverent. She couldn't look away. Rose circled the bow, scanning with his light. There's movement inside the hull, power flux, something's active. The first shadow appeared near a crawler, tall, flickering at the edge of sight. Rose snapped his rifle up. Contact! Volkov swung her light. Nothing. Only the gleam of frozen steel. Kaz's breath hitched. I saw it. It moved between those crates. Volkov's voice steadied. Eyes open. No sudden shots. Another flicker, closer this time, crossing the ship's flank. For an instant, it looked human, then folded into darkness again. The hum beneath them climbed half a tone. They started to retreat toward the corridor. Something moved ahead, 2 silhouettes against the blue glow. Their outlines shimmered, distorted by heat. Kaz fired. The blast cracked through the cavern, scattering light across the hull. An energy bolt slammed into the ice beside her, spraying vapor. They're armed, Rose shouted. More beams streaked from the dark, white hot, carving grooves through machinery. Steam burst from shattered pipes. Volkov grabbed Kaz's arm. Run! They sprinted across the cavern floor, boots slipping on wet ice. Another bolt scorched past Rose's shoulder, melting a line through the railing. The air filled with the hiss of steam and the hammer of their footsteps. Kaz glanced back, just enough to see the shapes advancing. Humanoid, but wrong, their edges rippling like water. They moved in perfect unison. The corridor ahead glowed faint red under emergency lights. Volkov led the way, firing short controlled bursts down the passage. Roke covered Kaz as she stumbled, yelling, Go, go! An energy beam struck the wall beside Volkov, showering sparks. She slammed the lift controls. Inside! They piled in as another blast tore through the doorway, molten spray hissing against the bulkhead. Volkov shammed the gates shut. The lift lurched upward, gears shrieking. Through the grating they watched the cavern fall away, the ship below glowing from within, its veins of light spreading outward through the ice like awakening arteries. The shadows gathered around it, moving with purpose. Kaz pressed a trembling hand to the railing. They're guarding it. Volkov's jaw tightened. Then it's awake. The hum followed them up the shaft, steady, alive, matching the rhythm of their hearts.
Chapter 29. The Thing Below. The lift jerked to a stop halfway up the shaft. For a moment there was only the hum and their breathing. Then the lights died. Roe slammed a fist against a panel. We've lost main power. Volkov's voice cut through the duck, calm but sharp. Manual override. Go. They forced the inner hatch and climbed out into a maintenance bay. Steam rolled in waves from cracked conduits. The air was wet and metallic, vibrating with that same rhythm that had followed them since the cavern. 3 beats. Pause. Repeat. Cass steadied herself against the wall. It's inside the grid. Move, Volkov ordered. The corridor ahead flickered between red and black. Condensation ran down the walls in thin streams, pooling across the floor plates. Their boots left prints, and then a second later, the same prints appeared beside them, running the other way. Roe froze. Movement. A figure stepped from the smoke. His height, his gear, his gait. The same burn mark across the chest plate. Hold fire, Volkov said, though her hand hovered near the trigger. The copy raised its rifle. Roe didn't wait. 3 bursts ripped through the dark, slamming the thing backward. It staggered once, then came apart,
liquid metal peeling from a hollow shell, collapsing into a twitching puddle that reflected all three of them in warped angles. Cass's voice trembled. "That was you." Ro wiped his visor. "Not anymore." They pushed deeper into the lower corridor. Alarms wailed above, muffled by the thick air. Frost melted from the ceiling in sheets. Droplets hissed where they hit hot metal. At the next junction, Cass knelt by the residue of the fallen mimic. It still pulsed, tiny flashes flickering inside like sparks under glass. It's copying patterns. Every time we fire, it learns. Volkov stared at the walls. The reflections no longer matched their movements, each one a fraction too slow. The base groaned. A deep crack rolled through the floor. Red lights flared, bright enough to burn shadows into their visors. From every doorway along the hall, something began to move. Figures forming out of the wet sheen on the walls, faces half-shaped, bodies still liquid. "Back!" Volkov shouted. The first creature reached for her. Its hands split open, unfolding into glassy threads. She fired point blank. The shot punched a hole straight through, but the fragments stayed alive, crawling back together. Rose struck a flare and slammed it to the wall. The magnesium hissed white. The creature recoiled, shrieking without a mouth. "Fire hurts," he yelled. "Then burn them," Volkov snapped. They ran. The tunnel twisted, lights strobing with every step. Behind them the shapes followed, half running, half flowing, footsteps perfectly in sync. Cass hurled a thermal charge. The blast filled the corridor with blue fire and freezing vapor. For a heartbeat, silence, then movement again. Closer. Many. Rose's voice crackled through the comm. "They're everywhere! Ladder shaft, up!" The freight chamber was half collapsed, steam pouring from ruptured vents. The lift hung above, cables swaying like vines. They climbed through the mist, hands burning on the heated rungs. Cass slipped, Ro caught her harness and hauled her higher. Below, a single mimic crawled up the wall, its face shifting through their own. Volkov's eyes, Ro's mouth, Cass's whisper, "Wait." Ro yanked a flare from his belt and dropped it. The creature reached and burst in light, molten spray hissing into the fog. They reached the upper bay. Volkov shoved the manual wheel with both hands, locking it once, twice, until the bolts clang home. Steam roared through the seams, then stopped. Cass sank against the bulkhead, shaking. "Tell me that's done." Volkov leaned on the wheel, helmet off, breath loud in the still air. "We didn't kill it." Ro turned, rifle raised. "Then what did we do?" Volkov looked down. The vibration was back. 3 beats. Pause. Repeat. Strong enough to ripple the water pooled at their feet. "We shut the door," she said quietly, while it's still breathing. No one spoke. The lights steadied to dim red. Through the walls, far below, the hum kept time, like something remembering their footsteps.
Chapter 30. The Breaking Seal. Wind howled across the plateau, dragging ribbons of snow over the wrecked ridge. Kira leaned into the gusts, one arm shielding her visor. The storm had changed color, no longer white, but faintly blue, pulsing in rhythm with something deep below the ice. Behind her, Nico staggered under the weight of his pack.
2 clicks, she said through the comm. McMurdo beacon, weak but active. He lifted his head. Through the haze, lights flickered in the distance. Not steady. Breathing. Looks like it's alive again, he muttered. Kira didn't answer. She kept walking. The station lay half buried, snow welded to its flanks, antenna bent into a bow. The outer door was jammed half open, edges fused by heat. Kira forced the manual lever. It gave with a groan. A wall of warm, metallic air met them. Inside, the corridors sweated condensation. The hum was louder now, steady. 3 beats, pause, repeat. The pulse ran through the floor like a heartbeat. Movement ahead. Volkov stepped from the inner lock, helmet off, eyes rimmed red. Get in! Close it! Kira froze. Volkov, what happened here? Get in first. Where's Ro? And Cass? Move! Volkov's voice cracked. Kira dragged Nico through. Volkov slammed the switch. The hatch sealed, muting the storm. Ro sat on the floor, rifle across his knees, blank-eyed. Cass huddled beside a heater, arm bandaged, trembling. Smoke hung in the air. Kira looked from one to the other. You sealed it? Volkov's answer was flat. For now. Nico's gaze flicked to the trembling walls. Then why do I still feel it? Because it's not outside anymore, Volkov said. Kira's voice lowered. You think it got in? Volkov shook her head. I think it never left. Cass's voice cracked. What does that mean? It's alive. The base? Ro looked up slowly. It's learning. Same rhythm, same pulse. Nico pressed a hand to the wall. The vibration thudded through his glove. Feels like it's breathing. Kira's jaw tightened. Then we move fast. We find what's making that sound and kill it before it finishes waking. No one argued. The hums swallowed the silence. They gathered in the command room around the central console. Screens stuttered with static, seismic data, dark corridors, dripping pipes, flashes of light. Kira laid the echo data core on the table. Identical pulses under the ridge. It's spreading north. Volkov rubbed her temples. It's inside the grid now. Mimics, copies, our voices, our faces. They learn every time we fight. Cass whispered. They are remembering us. Ro's reply was hard. Then we stopped teaching. A tremor rippled through the deck, dust raining from the ceiling. A new pattern appeared on screen, 5 heat blooms across the continent, pulsing in sync. Other stations, Nico said. It's jumping the crust line. Another feed came alive, a northern outpost. 2 technicians before a glass wall, light blazing behind them. One turned toward the camera, mouth open, then the image burned white. Static. Every comm channel lit at once. A layered voice filled the room. Access, level 1. Granted. 3 beats, pause, repeat. Cass slapped the console off. The voice continued through intercoms, through suit comms, even through dead speakers. Volkov cut main power. 2 seconds of silence. Then the voice returned, softer, inside the metal itself. Volkov's tone hardened. We can't contain this. We blow the site. Ro was already moving. Charges are in the armory. Kira turned on her. Destroy it, and the data's gone. It's not data anymore, Volkov said. It's alive. Cass pointed to the monitors. Even if we blow it, it's already out. Tiny echoes rippled beneath the sea shelf. Volkov stared. Then we buy time. The deck lurched. Bolts on the lower hatch clanged in sequence, one, then another. Cameras showed the corridor glowing white, steam venting upward, metal bulging. "It's pushing through," Rowe shouted. Volkov hit containment override. Nothing. A bolt snapped free, screaming across the room. A deep tone rolled through the structure. The station began to breathe. "Out!" Volkov yelled. "Top level, move!" They ran through flickering corridors. Walls dripped with condensation that glowed from within. Light moving inside the water. The air tasted of ozone and salt. At the upper deck, Kira looked back through the viewport. Under the ice, faint arcs of light spread outward, like veins. North, east, west, racing beneath the surface faster than any current. "It's transmitting," she whispered. Volkov joined her. "No, it's multiplying."
Outside, the storm had gone still. Snow lifted in spirals from the ground as if pulled upward. The aurora over the horizon shifted from green to white, spreading in slow waves across the sky. Rowe planted the detonator. "Charge set. 30 seconds. The hum grew into a single note, climbing until it was beyond hearing. Kira stared to the viewport. "It's not stopping." Cass's voice came small. "It's calling the rest." The floor dropped. The sealed hatch below exploded upward in a geyser of steam and light. For one blinding instant, the whole station glowed from within. Every cable, every pipe, every pane of glass turned to white fire. Then the blast threw them to the floor. When Kira opened her eyes, alarms wailed and snow drifted through a crack in the ceiling. The aurora outside had gone pure white, the light pulsing in 3 slow beats. Volkov dragged herself upright, coughing. "This isn't a breach, it's a transmission." Nico looked up through the shattered viewport. The sky itself seemed to shimmer, threads of light arcing outward, vanishing over the horizon. Kira whispered, "Then the world just heard it." Chapter 31. The White Sky. Kira crouched beside the main console, its frame warped, glass webbed with fractures. Each breath left frost inside her visor. A light flickered overhead. Another went dark. Nico worked beside her, tools spread in the slush, prying open a panel that had frozen shut. A screw sheared, a small, final snap. Volkov moved between fallen beams, her boots breaking a thin crust of ice with every step. A conduit dropped from the ceiling and rolled, trailing sparks before the dark swallowed them. Rose stood watch near the hole in the wall where the antenna mast had punched through, rifle held low. Cold air hissed in, scattering paper and ash. Kaz lay under a torn thermal sheet, her bandaged arm trembling, breath fogging the air like smoke. Somewhere behind the bulkhead, a relay clicked once, then failed to start again. From deep in the structure, a long, metallic groan rose through the floor, slow, exhausted, as if the base itself had finally begun to sink. Kira steadied herself against the console. "All right," she said, voiced hoarse through the mask. "Start from the top. What did we actually send?" Nico scraped a glove across the frozen keys, then smacked the side of the panel until it coughed a thin spark. The screen blinked, went black, blinked again,
half stayed dark, the other bleeding pale light through cracks. He exhaled, breath steaming. Not language, he said. A rhythm. It latches onto anything that still moves. Clocks, heart monitors, comm loops. Once it syncs, it owns the timing. He looked up, face lit by the blue flicker. It doesn't send a signal. It becomes one. Every system that's still breathing is keeping time for it now. Kaz let out a weak laugh that turned into a cough. What does that even mean? Then she shook her head. Never mind. Something bad, I know. Nico looked up from the console, the flicker painting sharp lines across his face. It means we syncing with whatever the hell's under us. Same thing that was at Echo. She frowned, not getting it. There are two rhythms now, ours and its, and once they line up, it's the stronger one that keeps the beat. Think of it like a heartbeat, Kaz. Once you fall into its rhythm, you stop hearing your own. Volkov brushed snow off a melted console and pressed a gloved hand to the metal. It used the crust itself, she murmured. Not air, the whole planet carried the pulse. Rose's jaw tightened. So, whoever's left could be hearing it right now. Or already part of it. A thin sheet of snow drifted from the broken roof and dusted the dark screens. No one brushed it away. The faint hum beneath their boots kept time for all of them. Harrow 4. Kira leaned over the map. Any sign of life? Wind clawed through the gaps in the roof, scattering snow until it hissed against exposed wiring. She pulled her hood tighter, but the cold still found her neck. The console spat another burst of static and went dark. Nico slammed his glove against the frame. Come on, he muttered, half to the machine, half to himself. The panel flickered again, dim, stubborn light crawling through frost. That's it, Kira said, leaning closer. Keep it alive. The hum deepened, almost a growl. Every few seconds, the lights gutted, the bass breathing in and out around them. Volkov knelt beside a half-buried relay and brushed away ice until her fingertips struck metal. She hooked a cable to her pack's battery. The connection snapped once, twice, then held. A faint image rippled across the cracked main display, a blur of grey, then black, then motion. Nico exhaled in disbelief. It's pulling something. Feed relay still tied to Harrow 4. Kaz stirred under her blanket. That coastal station? Yeah. Nico adjusted the signal with trembling hands. It's buried, but there's a trace. The picture stuttered, a dome half collapsed under snow, its windows filmed with ice. Through the static, light flashed, faint, irregular, almost like blinking. Then a voice broke through, thin as paper. Harrow 4. Containment breach. Still alive. The words folded back, reversed, then repeated. Volkov pressed closer. Looping, she said, but the timestamp's current. Nico shook his head. That can't be right. Nothing should be transmitting now. Rose stepped forward, watching the broken figures on the screen, two shapes behind glass, blurred and overexposed, caught mid-motion. If they're human, he said, they've been calling for help since the flash. Kira's breath fogged the inside of her visor. The sound of the wind faded behind the pulse running through the floor. She forced her voice steady. If they're real, they'll see what we do next. If they're not... She stopped, eyes on the broken screen. We'll find out how fast it learns. A section of the roof gave a slow, exhausted crack. Snow poured through the opening and dusted the console, half burying the controls again. Nico brushed it away, trying to keep the image alive. The static clung to shapes that shouldn't exist. For a moment, against all logic, the feed held. Then the light failed, and the ruin went silent except for the wind. No one spoke. For a long second, the command room held its breath. Then Kira closed her jaw and said flat, "Okay, first things first. Something's moving in the sublevels. What are our options?" Nico gave a dry laugh. "Something. Try an army of aliens. Understatement of the year." She rubbed her forehead, ignoring him. "Gas didn't work at Echo," she said. "We tried it in Annex 4B, the test that froze the valves. It was meant to sedate. Instead, it stirred. Pressure dropped. Lights went out one by one." Nico nodded. "They seemed to learn chemistry. You change the mix, they change themselves, and we've already seen them shift shape." Ro turned the wrench in his hand. "So what actually hurts them?" "We can't really know," Nico said with a shrug. Ro frowned. "Weapons killed them," he thought, "just not fast enough, and there were too many." "Heat," Kira said. The word sat heavily. "Flares stalled one," Ro said. "A thermal charge glassed another. We scale it up." Volkov studied the schematic. "You mean fire?" "Yes. A ring of it. Force them toward the ship, then hit the hull." Nico's voice sharpened. "I can chain a thermal cascade, crawler fuel, welders, plasma cutters. Timed sequence. If the ceiling holds, it'll carve a corridor." Kaz stirred. "And if it doesn't?" "Then we bury it," Ro said. "Hold on. If the ceiling doesn't hold, we're going to be buried too. How can we make sure that doesn't happen?" "We'll stage it. Stagger ignitions, remote triggers, and a manual abort if sensors spike. Also tethers and a secondary exit. If the ceiling goes, we don't bury ourselves with it." A deep rumble rolled through the shaft. Tools rattled from a rack. A pipe snapped free, smashing into the comm stack in a burst of sparks. Thunder cracked overhead, rain hissing down the outer shell, an impossible sound in Antarctica. A ceiling panel tore loose and slammed down beside Kaz's cot. She flinched. Dust coated her blanket. Kira didn't move. She felt the pulse again, not through the floor, but inside her ribs, her heartbeat keeping time with the thing below. A hot metal taste filled her mouth. "They started this," she said. "We end it." Volkov met her gaze. After a long pause, she nodded. "All right, we burn it. We learn while we burn." Ro straightened. "I'll prepare the charges. Nico, rig the triggers." Nico was already digging through crates. "2 heavy suits still work. We strip the crawler for tanks. 30 minutes for the first ring." He looked up. "We can isolate the vents, shut the intake dampers, cut the recirculation loop, and purge the airstream. Seal the zone and force the heat where we want it. The plan." The lights dimmed again, then steadied at half power. It wasn't much, but enough to see their breath turning to frost between words. Kira pushed herself up and scanned the room. "We've got one shot before they move again. Nico, you and Ro prep the corridor. Volkov, you stay with me. We'll handle containment." Ro pulled open storage crates, frost
Snapping off the lids. Inside, everything looked half dead. Tanks with dented seals, cables coiled in rust, a welder that stuttered when he tested the ignition. "Everything's frozen solid," he said. "Then thaw it," Kira said. Nico found the heavy suits in a locker by the wall. The fabric was stiff with salt and ash, and one visor was cracked through. He patched it with sealant while the other ran a diagnostic on the compressor. The system hummed once, coughed, then gave a weak green pulse. "Still breathing," he said, almost in disbelief.
Volkov spread a schematic across the floor, pinning it down with wrenches. Her gloves left wet prints on the paper. We'll need 4 ignition points, east, west, vent shaft, and the crawler bay. If any one fails, the heat won't cycle. Then none of it will hold, Kira said. Nico snorted. Can't have that. Outside, the wind screamed against the shell. Snow whispered down through open beams like falling dust. Every sound felt amplified, each one waiting for the next to stop. Cass stirred under the blanket. You'll be sealing yourselves in. Kira turned toward her. That's the point. Silence settled. Then Nico said, 30 minutes, maybe 40 if the welders hold. 30, Kira said. If it's not done by then, we're already too late. She traced a line on the schematic, a circle around the lowest deck where the pulse readings ran hottest. The ink bled under her glove. Here, she said. We light it here. A groan echoed through the metal under their feet, deep and deliberate, like something shifting its weight. Dust fell from the rafters, fine as breath. Ro looked up. It's listening. Kira didn't answer. She rolled the schematic, slipped it into her pack, and stood. Then we make it hear us. She glanced at the Hero 4 feed still pulsing on the monitor, a drone sitting half a click out on the ridge, its lens streaked with ice. Beyond it, the flare line burned faintly against the snow. Lightning flared white across the clouds. The base groaned like an animal under ice. The crew moved through the failing corridors, collecting fuel cells and flares. The crack of settling metal followed every sound. The rope that once tethered them to the world above felt thin as a pulse line, stretched between them, Hero 4's echo, and the shifting dark below. They began to build the fire.
Chapter 32. The Fire Corridor. They worked in the red half-light, moving like ghosts through a station that no longer belonged to them. Nico had split the gear into neat piles, plasma cutters, welding cells, lengths of hose, a salvaged fuel manifold from the crawler, coils of det cord already taped into loops. Ro checked clamps and couplers with a soldier's economy. Volkov tagged the ignition points on a flickering schematic. Kira moved between them, a quiet gravity keeping their orbits from flying apart. Rain still hissed across the dome above. The white aurora pulsed 3 slow beats, each one finding a seam in the metal underfoot. Time was running out. Last call, Kira said. We do this now or not at all? Rose flung the first satchel. Now. Nico snapped the manifold shut. Cascade is sequenced. It'll step down the galleries in 6 pulses, 30 meters apart. We light one, the rest follow. Volkov's eyes stayed on the screen. Harrow 4's feed shimmered in a small inset. The same snow-buried dome, the same broken voice looping like a metronome of dread. Tarit Harrow 4. Containment. Still alive. It folded back on itself and became the pulse. Volkov leaned closer. For a breath, the static parted and another fragment slipped through, thinner, as if torn from somewhere distant. Don't let it through. Then it was gone. Glitch, Nico muttered, though the word sounded more like a failed prayer. Kira pulled on her helmet. Cass, you have us?
I've got you, Cass said, voice thin on the channel. Command room's holding. If I lose you, I'll assume you're moving. If I don't hear in 20, I start fullback protocols. Copy. Kira hesitated. Breathe slow. Don't stand under anything that looks like it wants to fall. Everything looks like it wants to fall, Cass said, trying for a smile in the sound. Bring me back something to make sense of. Kira clicked off and looked at the others. Masks tight. No heroics. We light the ring. We keep moving. If it separates us, we keep moving. They filed into the freight shaft. The lift had died an hour ago. The ladder was hot to the touch. They climbed anyway, boots ringing on rungs, air tasting of coins. The lower levels breathed at them, damp and electric. Condensation streamed down the walls like sweat. Somewhere, a faint alarm pulsed on and off, a small animal testing its voice. At the mid-landing, Nico dropped to one knee and fitted the first ignition head into a corroded junction box. He worked fast, hands steady, despite the tremor in the metal. Ro flipped open a flare gun, checked the load, and snapped it shut. You call it. Light it, Kira said. Nico thumbed the primer. Fire bloomed. It came like a breathtaking sight, the first lines searing along the gallery, white core wrapped in orange skin, eating pooled fuel and weathered insulation. Heat rolled back at them like a wave. Farther down, the second ignition winked to life, then the third. The cascade ran in a curve, a ring catching and catching, a throat clearing to roar. The station shuddered. Vents coughed flame. The hum under their boots pitched up half a tone and held. Go, Rose said. They moved into the corridor, shoulder to the wall, visors flaring with the light. The world narrowed to heat and thunder. The fire sucked oxygen and exhaled black smoke. The emergency fans woke, coughed, died, woke again. Every opening breathed. Reading spike, Volkov said, falling in beside Kira with her sensors slung like a satchel. Temperature rising faster than projected. The grid is picking it up. Meaning? Ro asked without looking back. Meaning, it's listening, probably trying to adapt. The first shapeshifter came out of the light, half-formed. It crawled from a grate as a smear of glass and gathered itself into legs, a head, and a chest with no face. Heat made its edges boil. Threads sloughed off and crawled back on, writhing like a school of fish. It raised an arm that wasn't an arm. Ro didn't wait. He fired the flare. Magnesium hit the center mass and burst into a sun. The shape convulsed, came apart in slices of molten mirror, each piece still trying to move. Heat drove it to a liquid. The liquid bubbled and went dull. Keep left, Kira said, voice even. Don't let them flank. Another figure slid out of the wall ahead, almost human, shaped like Rose. Same stance, same height, even the faint burn scar across his chest plate. But its edges rippled like oil on water. Kira fired twice. The bolts punched clean through, leaving holes that sealed as she watched, the surface knitting with a shimmer. It's not solid, Nico snapped. He tore open a valve and flooded the floor with fuel, the reek of ethanol cutting through the smoke. The figure kept walking. For a moment, no one moved. That's impossible, Nico whispered. Volkov's breath caught. They're not imitating anymore. They're phasing. They've learned mass. Ro raised his rifle, then lowered it.
The click of the safety sounded absurdly small. So nothing hurts them now? Kira shook her head, eyes fixed on the thing advancing through the haze. Something does. We just haven't found it yet. The figure stopped, head tilting in perfect sync with hers. The motion was precise, practiced, like a reflection remembering how to breathe. No one fired. Back, Rowe warned. He sparked the line. The corridor went white. Flame ran along the fuel as if it had been waiting for permission. The mimic staggered, softened, then melted in a collapse that hissed against the plates. Flashover, Volkov murmured, watching her readings climb. And they're responding. We've got company, Rowe said. They did. Shapes formed in the seams of heat and shadow, some dripping, some already wearing faces. One of them had hers. It looked up through the shimmer, her own mouth opening on nothing. Kira drew the taser. They hadn't adapted to that yet, or so she hoped. She fired. The thing shattered as a mirror dropped from a height. A tremor rolled through the passage. The ceiling warped and dropped a beam into our path. It hit the floor with a sound like a bell in the wrong church. Rowe knelt, swore under his breath, then slid his hands beneath the metal and heaved. Muscles cabled in his neck. The lift lifted, stuttered, rose another inch. Through, he grunted. Now. Kira shoved a small tank through the gap. Nico flattened, slid under, came up already turning wiring the next ignition head along the far wall. Volkov followed and braced a shoulder beside Rowe. Together they held long enough for Kira to wriggle through. Rowe let it drop. Sparks coughed up from the floor. Status, Kira said. Ring 3 lit, Nico reported. Eyes on his manifold. 4 goes in 10 seconds. Pressure is high. Blowback if we stand in the wrong place. Not sure there is a right place, Rowe said. Then stand in the least wrong place, Kira answered, and they moved again. The fire had found its rhythm now, striking down the galleries in pulses, each bloom answering the last. Where the flames ran, they left behind a skin of char, glowing at the edges and drinking light in the middle. Heat found old grease, old dust, old sins of maintenance. Everything burned as it had always been waiting to. They reached a junction where the corridor dog-legged and dropped. The great beyond glowed like a stove ring. Nico popped a hat and dumped 2 welding cells into the crawl space. 3, he called. 2. The explosion punched the air from their lungs. Blue flames sprinted through the crawl and blew a door off its hinges 50 meters away. For an instant, the roar drowned everything, even the hum under the floor. When it cleared, the passage ahead was a snarl of heat shimmer and falling ash. Clear enough, Kira said, and they pushed on, visors streaked, suits steaming from inside. Volkov had gone quiet, head tilted, sensor humming. Listen. Kira listened. Under the roar, a new sound threaded through, a modulation that shouldn't have been sound at all. It rose and fell in step with the ignitions, tasting like tin at the back of her tongue. What is it? She asked. Communication, Volkov whispered. They're talking through temperature. Kira's chest tightened. We keep moving. They did. The corridor bent and opened out, not onto the cavern floor, but onto a grated catwalk at its edge. A rusted balcony built for work lights that had never been hung. Heat pooled and climbed. The ring of fire had reached the far side and curled back on itself. Below, the cavern was an eye rimmed in flame. The ship waited in the pupil. It seemed closer because it was different now. Its skin was no longer an even black. Lines had woken under the glass, veins running bright and slow, answering the fire with their own light. Blue slid to white, then to a color Kira didn't have a name for.
It's reacting, she whispered. No, Volkov breathed, unable to hide the awe. It's waking. The hum pressed a hand against their chests, not just under the floor anymore. It lived in the air, a pressure you could lean on. Kira's heartbeat aligned with it without permission. She gripped the rail and felt the metal purr. Row, left stair. We go down slow. Nico, watch pressure. Volkov. I've got it, Volkov said, eyes locked on the ship. Seismic, steady. Thermal. It's doing something to the flame. The ship exhaled. A low-frequency throb rolled out, heavy enough to warp the air. The ring fire guttered as if cupped by an invisible hand. Every flame leaned toward the vessel, held there for a second, then snapped upright. Heat lights flickered and steadied. Meaning it can breathe, Nico said. Kira opened her mouth to answer, but the ship opened its own. Not wide, not dramatic, a seam along the curve, an iris, a pupil, a wound, unfolding by degrees. Black glass curling back from blacker interior. Light bled out like molten glass under skin. The pulse inside the vessel came clear now, spoken into open air instead of through rock and wire. Cass's voice cracked across the channel. Kira, copy. Kira. Copy, Kira said, eyes fixed on the widening seam. We have visual on the pulse, Cass said, words chopped by interference. It just went global again. Heat gusted across the catwalk as if the ship had taken another breath. Flames along the far galleries guttered and died in a smooth, obedient wave, snuffed like candles by a practiced hand. Darkness pooled where the fire had been, thick as smoke. Rowe raised his rifle by reflex. That's enough waking. No shots, Kira said, mouth dry. The thing below had stolen the sound from the room and left only its pulse. Nico swallowed. Then what do we teach it? Kira didn't answer. She stepped to the rail, stared into the slow, bleeding light, and felt it answer in her bones, and knew the truth settling like ash in her throat. The fire didn't kill it. It showed it how to breathe.
Chapter 33. The Open Eye. When the roar finally died, it didn't leave silence. It left a hush full of things that were trying to be quiet. Heat sank off the metal in thin waves. Smoke hung in long, gray veils that barely moved. The catwalk ticked as it cooled. Below, the ring of scorched galleries gleamed like a dark halo around the vessel, and the vessel answered with its own light, blue passing into white. Kaz, Kira said, voice rough inside the helmet. Status. Static scratched back. Then Kaz, faintly. I'm here. I couldn't see the sky anymore. It was just white, no stars. Kira looked up through the fractured viewport at the far end of the hall. The storm had bled away. The clouds glowed from beneath, as if the world were lit by something buried under the ice. The old Aurora's 3-beat had slowed and stretched. Under her gloves, the catwalk rail vibrated with it. It wasn't noise. It was a pulse. Nico leaned over the console they had dragged to the catwalk, visor blackened, breath fogging the plate with each exhale. He toggled a dead screen, then another, then a third that half woke and spilled a salvage of numbers. No active power left down here. Passive sensors only. If it wasn't already fried, it's singing along now. Volkov stood without speaking, her sensor unit cradled to her chest. She pressed its contact pad against the rail, then the wall, then the catwalk. Her face went still. Everything's coherent, she said softly. The beams, the bolts, the screws, the steel's resonating. It's not sound. The structure's remembering us. Rose's mouth bared without becoming a smile. So the base is a diary now. Not ours, Volkov said.
They moved back through the corridor that had brought them there, where paint had blistered into bubbles and insulation hung like scorched seaweed. The floor had buckled. Kira's boots crunched over a drift of glittering dust that had once been a light fixture. A monitor, dead, long dead since Echo, gave a sullen, impossible twitch. Letters burned once across its surface and vanished. Status, optimal. Nico let out a sound that wanted to be a laugh but wasn't. Yeah, he said. Feels like it. Ro ran his glove across a wall and brought it away slick. Beneath the blistered paint, the skin was wrong. Too smooth, too warm, as if the alloy underneath had learned to hold heat like flesh. He pressed again, and the wall gave by a fraction, then firmed, like muscle tensing under a touch. A seam had opened along the corridor where the heat had bitten deepest. The cut edge was not charred, but something like glass grown in layers. Kara could see striations, fine as fingerprints, winding up through the metal where none had existed before. The ship's material has grown into the base, Volkov said. The hum rose half a tone and held. Kira felt it in the pocket behind her sternum, heard it in the spaces between the clicks and groans. She stopped, closed her eyes, and listened. Harrow 4? She asked. Nico pulled the small jury-rigged display from his harness. He thumbed it on, and a square of bad television floated in the gray. The same dome stared back, the same interior wall of glass, the same two blurred faces, overexposed to white. They were caught in the half-frame of flinch. As he watched, the image jumped one frame. The faces turned toward him, toward them. He shut it off without saying why. No one asked. They descended toward the cavern. Metal under flits softened more the lower they went. The treads that had once been rigid gave way by a hair and then rose again when their weight passed. Each footstep left a faint print of light that faded back to black in a breath. Kira breathed through her teeth and didn't look at the footprints behind them. The air grew cleaner without growing colder. The smoke thinned, the white blue inside the ship brightened in time with the faraway pulse. The smell shifted too, hot metal to wet metal, to something like oxygen with the edges filed off. They emerged on the lower platform where the catwalk met the cavern mouth, and the scale of the vessel was finally honest. It sat in the hollow, like the iris of an enormous eye, curved and patient, the eyelid around it seared black where their ring had burned. The iris itself was open now, a wound or a door, not wide, but wide enough to pull the light inward and breathe it out again. The glow spilling from within made its own weather. It lifted tiny ash flakes and dropped them again. It hid their breath. Heat signature? Kara asked. Nico lifted the scanner. The screen flickered, wrote symbols it didn't own, then went blank. No read. No depth either. The signal folded the data before the sensor could catch it. Electromagnetic? Ro asked. Flat, like it's turned the air sideways. Volkov hovered at the lip of the platform, eyes narrowing, as if focus could make sense of the white. There, she said, almost to herself. The pulse frequency. It's at 65 now. Is that good? Ro asked. It's human, Volkov said. Resting rate. It's breathing our tempo. Kira heard it. She could not stop hearing it. Her chest answered. Her breath wanted to fall into step with the rise and fall. She changed her rhythm on purpose, and the pulse waited for her to return. Ro, Kira said, because orders were the only thing keeping language steady. You take point. Nico on your shoulder, Volkov with me. No contact unless I say. If it moves, if the floor moves, we stop. Kaz? Static? Then, still with you. Satellites are blind. The pulse is in the ground and the sea and the sky. If you go in, the line bowed. Her voice came back a fraction late, as if the cavern itself were repeating her. If you go in, you might not come back. We'll bring you something, Kara said, hoping she hadn't promised too much. They approached the opening. Up close, the hull was not smooth. It was a skin of interlocking plates so fine their edges blurred. Between them, capillaries of light pulsed in tiny delays, a river delta seen from too close. There were marks in the surface too, oval depressions like palms pressed into soft glass. Most were old, worn and shallow by whatever passed for weather in this place. A few were clean, edges wet with a shine that wasn't wetness. Kira lifted her hand without meaning to. She stopped a finger breath away. Heat licked her knuckle through the glove. The plate beneath that almost touched breathed once. "Don't," Volkov said. She wasn't sure if it was a warning or a plea. Something answered anyway. The pulse deepened, close enough to be felt as pressure against the skin. The light inside the opening quickened like a creature recognizing the noise you made when you came home. A faint wind drew inward over the rim, the tug of air that all doors made, scaled up to a throat the size of a house. Roe adjusted his grip on the rifle. "You sure we want to go inside something that just learned how to exhale?" "No," Kara said, "but we can't stop at the door." Vokal's eyes stayed on the light. "Whatever's inside," she said, "it's seen us since we lit the first spark." Nico looked down once into the dark where their footprints faded, and up once at the white where their reflections began to have their own opinions. "Old-fashioned, then," he said, trying for a joke. Cass's lace plate through, stretched thin on the wire. Kira, do you read? The sky." Static. "Harrow." Static. "Don't." The cavern repeated a version of breath later, wrong pitch, wrong shape, as if it had tried on the sound to see if it fit. Kira nodded once. "Stay together," she said. "Don't touch anything until it touches us." They stepped across the threshold, out of stone, and into something that was no longer the world. The instant they crossed, the air changed. Sound dulled as if someone had cupped their ears. The hum was no longer underfoot, but everywhere. In the helmets, the marrow, the soft meat behind the eyes. The light from their suits didn't fade. It was absorbed, swallowed into the surface ahead. There was no darkness to push back against, only a light with no place to land. The air thickened, carrying pressure and warmth that didn't belong underground. Their boots sunk by a fraction into a surface that wasn't floor or membrane or glass, then rose again, leaving no mark at all. It felt like walking on the inside of a lung, soft, living, patient. Kira felt the vessel's skin flex beneath her weight, a slow, deliberate acknowledgement. The suit tightened against her chest as if the ship itself were testing how she breathed. She looked back once. The opening behind them had shrunk to an oval of distant daylight, a mouth half open to the storm. Then even that thinned, and the threshold sealed with a long, low breath. The hum steadied. The ship had taken them in. "Comms check?" Nico said, and heard himself half a second later saying, "Comms check?" Thinner from somewhere ahead. He froze. The echo froze.
He breathed in, and the ship breathed with him once, like humor, like warning. Roe glanced back. The opening was still there, a perfect oval cut from light. The world outside looked like a photograph someone had forgotten to finish. He took one more step, because the only way to test a floor was to put your weight on it and see if it held. Kira sensed, rather than saw, Volkov tilt her head as if listening for a number that didn't exist. Something passed at the edge of sight, the way a thought passes before you can hold it. She wanted to say wait. She wanted to say run. She said nothing. The light folded a little. The threshold tightened a little. The last sound from outside was Kaz sang their names, as if names could keep people whole. Then the ship closed its mouth to the weather, and the world went still. For the first time since the fire, the air felt alive.
Chapter 34. The Symmetry. The power had stabilized just enough for the lights to hum again. Cold air crept through the broken vents, carrying a smell of salt and ozone. Somewhere deeper in the vessel, water dripped at a steady, patient rhythm. Kira checked her gauge, oxygen holding, pressure stable. She lowered the visor lamp and swept the beam ahead. The walls weren't metal anymore. Not entirely. The plating had softened into something smoother, like alloy poured and half melted. Thin veins of light pulsed just under the surface, tracing patterns that shifted when she moved. When she touched the wall, warmth answered through the glove. "Feels alive," Nico muttered. "Everything down here does," Rose said. The deck sloped gently toward the ship's heart. The pattern beneath their boots looked welded first, then stitched, metal and fiber braided together, as if the structure had once been torn open and healed wrong. Condensation beaded on the seams. Every few steps, a pulse ran through the hole, soft as breath. Nico crouched beside what might have been a console. It was the size of a table, its surface black glass veined with hairline cracks. He wiped a glove across it. The residue was slick, faintly warm. When he struck the edge, the surface rippled outward like water. Lines of light formed, rearranged and steadied into static images. Static lines twitched across the surface. The noise sharpened into shapes. Corridors, scaffolding, walls that looked too human to belong here. Then the feed stabilized. The image staring back at them was McMurdo's command room, its roof half gone, its lights dead, their own footprints visible in the dust. Kira's stomach tightened. "That's us," she said. "No," Volkov whispered, leaning closer. "That's before." The footage twitched, then looped backward 3 seconds. The same flicker of snow, the same drifting shadow through the doorway, over and over, as if the ship were remembering them in real time. Somewhere behind the wall, something moved, slow, deliberate, like a long exhale through stone. The pulse in the hole matched it a heartbeat later. Nico straightened, voice low. "It's not replaying," he said. Volkov leaned closer. "There." The bodies lay slumped near the control desks, still in their suits. The skin on their faces was drawn tight and pale, as paper stretched over bone. Their eyes had sunk deep. Their uniforms were stiff with frost, but not torn. Rowe frowned. No wounds. No burn marks. Nico switched to thermal view. The screen went flat blue. No residual heat at all. "They didn't freeze," he said quietly. "They were dehydrated." Volkov tilted her head. "That much water loss isn't natural." "They were drained," he said. "Completely." Kira's throat tightened. "Into what?" No one answered. The silence inside the chamber was as heavy as the air. "Keep scanning," she said. Nico flipped through other feeds. Storage, medical, the west airlock. Everybody he found was the same. Tight skin, dry eyes, lips cracked and white. It looked less like death and more like something had pressed all the water out and left the rest behind. Volkov's voice was small. "They took it. All of it. The ship's been feeding." Kira turned away from the screen. "Then we shut it off." They moved down the corridor toward the data chamber, the one with the glass walls that shifted like water. The floor flexed faintly under their boots. Every few steps, droplets formed on the ceiling and fell with soft plinks. Inside the chamber, panels glowed with soft light. Beneath the glass, slow currents moved like tides. Nico connected his tablet again. "Satellite feeds are still syncing," he said. "Last complete set is from 12 days ago." Volkov watched the data load. Cross-compare with last year's survey. 2 global maps appeared side by side. The difference was immediate. The blue ice fields were thinner. Blotched with gray, the total polar mass reading blinked in red text. Volkov read it aloud. "Down 14%. Rowe stepped closer. "That's impossible. No melt rate comes close to that." "It isn't melting," Volkov said. "It's being taken." Nico overlaid a live radar pass. Fine blue lines radiated from under the McMurdo outward through the continental shelf. Subsurface channels, they're siphoning meltwater. To where, Rowe shook his head. Nico looked up at the ceiling, where faint mist drifted through the vents. Here. They all went quiet. Kira said, "Can we shut it down?" "Maybe," Nico said. "There's a control spine under the core. It draws power through localized conduits, like arteries. Then we cut them." He nodded. "If we hit them with an EMP pulse, it might collapse the current long enough to interrupt the flow." Volkov's eye stayed on the shifting glass. "You don't know what happens to the system when you do that." Rose said, "Don't care. We kill it before it drinks the rest." They descended into the core shaft. The air was humid, almost warm, carrying the scent of brine. The central column rose out of the floor, a vertical cyclone of clear liquid turning in slow motion. It breathed. Tubing in translucent filaments fed into it from every direction. Each line pulsed faintly, drawing water from the depths. Volkov raised her scanner. "This is the source. It's pulling from beneath the shelf." Nico unpacked the EMP unit from his bag. "Crawler batteries, short burst coil, capacitor pack. It'll hit like a hammer, one-time use." Ro began setting small charges around the nodes on the floor. "Give me 10 seconds warning before you fire." Kira watched the column rotate. "What if this is the only thing keeping the planet stable right now?" Rose said, "Then it's the wrong kind of stable." Volkov touched the column with her glove. Images rippled across the glass walls. Green fields, rebuilt cities, rivers that ran like veins. "They're repairing," she said softly, "balancing entropy by killing everything that leaks out, including us." Nico called out, "Ready." Kira glanced once more at the images. Perfect symmetry, no decay. "Do it." The pulse detonated with a flat, concussive crack. All lights died for a half heartbeat, then surged back dimmer. The column jerked and went cloudy. The hum beneath their feet stopped. Steam hissed up through the vents, then faded. For a moment, there was only dripping. Volkov whispered. It stopped. Kira exhaled. "Good. Now we find out who else is still listening." They climbed back toward the surface. The base above was half dark, half lit by emergency strips. The wind outside had gone strangely calm. Nico worked at the comms terminal, 3 burn panels and a salvage transmitter rigged to one of the crawler cells. "The signal's weak," he said, "but enough for a short burst." "Send it," Kira said. "Anyone who can still receive." He typed quickly. A tone beeped once, then steadied. "Transmitting." The message was short, automated, wrapped in coordinates and identification codes from Echo Point. It went out on every channel, still breathing. Rose stood by the shattered window slit, watching the storm. "Don't think anyone's left to hear it." "Maybe," Kira said, "but we had to try." The wind pressed once against the wall and faded again. For the first time in days, no snow moved outside. Volkov straightened from the console. Transmission complete, power reserve 23%. Nico adjusted the receiver gain. "Hold on," he said, getting reflection pings. "From where?" Ro asked. "Multiple origins, ground-level echoes. Something's out there, moving fast." Kira joined him at the panel. The radar sweep showed faint shapes crawling across the grid. "Drones?" Nico shook his head. "Too big. Ro to wash interference. Helicopters." That word hung in the air. Ro went to the window. The horizon was grey, blurred with haze. Then a sound began, a deep, even thudding, steady as a heartbeat. It grew until the walls themselves trembled. "Visual," Ro said. At first they were only shadows. Then the fog shifted and a dozen dark shapes came sliding through it. Low, fast, formation tight. Their rotors cut the air in perfect rhythm. 3 beats, pause, repeat. Nico's voice cracked. "Same pattern as our transmission." Volkov stepped closer to the window. No markings, no lights, nothing. Kira stared out. "Rescue?" Rose shook his head. "Rescue doesn't fly silent." The thudding grew until it filled the room. Frost shook from the ceiling and pattered on the floor like sleet. The first helicopter dipped, angling straight toward the crater. Its hull gleamed dull black. No insignia, no flag. "Transponders?" Kira asked. "Dark," Nico said. "All of them." The first craft banked, and for a second, its underside flashed. hard points under the fuselage, weapons mounts. They're armed, Rowe said. Volkov whispered. Then who the hell are they? The radio hissed suddenly. A voice came through, flat, calm, almost mechanical. Echo Point Station. Message received. Hold position. Kira stepped to the console. Identify. Static. Volkov stared at the speaker. That's us. That's our message. Nico checked his log. It's bouncing back. 4 separate sources. The helicopters broke formation, spreading out over the plain. Snow whipped into spirals under their blades. The sound hit a physical pitch, more vibration than noise. Rowe chambered around. Kira, orders. Kira kept her eyes on the window. The lead aircraft dropped altitude, rotor wash tearing the snow flat. Figures were visible in the cockpit, faces pale.
Eyes unreadable. Whoever they are, Kira said quietly. They heard us. The radio spoke once more, softened this time, as if repeating a memory. Hold position. The first helicopter's side hatch opened. Kira's visor darkened automatically against the glare from the lights. Positions, she said. Weapons ready. Rowe moved to her flank. Volkov ducked behind the console. Nico's screen blinked once more, then died completely. Outside, the formation circled the base like a pack closing in. Kira watched the lead bird descend, rotors thundering in perfect sync. Her voice was steady. Stay down, she said. We're about to find out who answered. The noise swallowed her words. They'd been hearing them for 10 minutes already. Not the distant growl of storm, not the low animal sound of shifting ice, but a steady chopping thunder that came in waves across the white. Kira stood in the lee of McMurdo's broken gantry, visor tilted to the sky, watching the clouds bruise and thin in patches as the sound drew closer. Could still be it, Nico said quietly at her shoulder, the way it faked them before. Lang, floodlights, soldiers that moved like drills instead of men. The last time they'd heard helicopters, they'd watched a dead crewmate carried out through a door the logs pretended had never opened. I know, Kira said. The wind was wrong for an echo. It carried the rotor beat clean, punching through the murk in solid thumps she felt through her boots. Snow shivered off the wrecked antenna mast in fine streams. Cass shifted her weight, teeth clenched against her bandaged arm. If it's them again, we run. Where? Rowe asked. He nodded toward the black glass cracks webbing the snowfield, seams of something not ice, faintly glowing from below. Down, or back to a base we already turned into a crater? Cass didn't answer. Her breath fogged her visor, thin and fast. Volkov checked the analog meter on her wrist. The seismic lines twitched, then steadied into a new pattern. Whatever's under us is reacting. It hears them too. The sound grew until it became a physical thing, pushing the air ahead of it. The clouds tore open, and the first helicopter punched through. It was wrong and right at the same time. Too bulky to be what Echo's feeds had shown. Armored, angular, the rotors chewed the air, downdraft kicking snow into spirals that struck their visors with real force. No flicker, no seam. More helicopters followed, lights strobing through the haze, painting the dead station in pulses. Triplets, Nico muttered. Kira's hand closed around the flare at her belt. We hold, Kira said. We don't wave, we don't run. We see who steps out. The lead helicopter dropped on the broken apron. Hot, oily wind slammed into them, reeking of fuel and metal. Real, her body insisted, even as her mind waited for the lie. The side door opened. Men spilled out in matte armor, faces hidden, movements tired and efficient. Not the smooth fakes from Echo's raid. These were human in the way exhaustion always is. A hand lifted, palm out. Identify yourselves. Kira stepped forward, hands open. Echo Point Station, Commander Kira North. This is my crew.
A pause, then north, copy. No surprise in the voice. That scared her more than disbelief would have. Another figure dropped down, slower, unmasked. Frost rimmed his hood, beard graying, eyes sharp. Colonel Avery Shaw, Joint Response Task Force. You're a long way from the last satellite picture left you. Something in Kira's chest loosened. Coffee, wool, bad sleep, human. As the world goes quiet and something down here screams loud enough to trip every dead listening post, people notice. Your transmission came with company. He gestured toward the dark veins around the dome. That lit up everything we have. We were airborne 4 hours ago. 4 hours, Nico said. We cut corners. A case was brought forward. Shaw opened it with care. A rugged tablet glowed inside. Volkov stepped closer. That's Hero's encoding. Hero 4 relay, 1 burst, 12 hours ago. The file pulsed. H4, last, priority. Kira swallowed. Play it. The audio was thin but human. This is Dr. Samira Holt at Hero 4. We've confirmed non-atmospheric origin for the anomaly. It uses water as a carrier, ice, soil moisture, us. It learns structures, then replicates. Wind howled beneath her words. We tried a localized EMP. It adapted, shifted mass outside our target envelope. If you're hearing this, you're behind it already. Cass' hands tightened. We go to draw it under the shelf. If we can make it heavy enough, close enough to the waterline, maybe it drowns the way we do. A broken laugh. If we fail, don't come here. Don't bring it anything to climb. The audio doubled. We. Shaw killed the playback. That wasn't an echo, Volkov said. It was it, talking through her. Why come here, Kira asked Shaw, if you know what it does to infrastructure? Because your echo fire made it mobile, and because Hero's plan didn't work. We can't let it walk north. With guns? Nico asked. Hydro reclamation tech, never finished. Turns out you can pull water out of more than cities. Beneath their boots, the hum deepened. Volkov's meter jumped. It's moving. A crack split the snowfield 20 meters out, then another. The lines crossed. The ice burst. Something rose, slow, nauseating, a sheet of not ice, veins glowing pale, the air frosting around it. The nearest Marine froze mid-step as ice raced up his legs. Fire, Shaw shouted. A clear jet struck the thing. The effect was immediate and brief. Light died where it hit. Steam tore free. The mass recoiled. That's a hit, Nico said. Then the light rerouted. The dead patch sealed. The mass flowed. Ice climbed the Marine again before anyone could reach him. They dragged him free, but his legs came with him wrong, encased in something grown, not frozen. The thing pulled back, fracturing, reconfiguring. The hum underfoot deepened. We're not stopping it, Volkov said. We're irritating it. We buy time, Shaw said. Cracks spread outward now, sketching a direction. Northeast. Hero 4, Cass said. Kira looked at the wounded man, the reforming mass, the helicopters crouching on the ice. You have lift? Shaw asked. Enough. After that, gravity does the rest. The engines spooled higher behind them. Ahead, the ice shifted, listening. Last stand, Nico muttered. Rose squeezed Cass's uninjured shoulder. Let's make it count. The cracks ahead closed into a single dark seam, pointing northeast. The storm followed. Chapter 36. Convergence. The flight northeast was short, violent, and far too quiet. The helicopter skimmed low over the ice, engines throttled back to a muted profile, as if even the pilots were afraid of waking something beneath them. Shadows stretched ahead like black spears across the snow. Inside the cabin, breath misted in slow plumes. Nobody spoke. The wounded Marine lay strapped to a stretcher, legs encased in clear frost crystal that crackled softly whenever the aircraft banked. The ice was still creeping, millimeter by millimeter, despite the heat pack strapped to him. The medic watched it happen and said nothing. Cass sat between Ro and Nico, clutching her injured arm. Every shudder of the helicopter pulled a sharp breath from her. Ro pretended not to notice, though his hand hovered close enough that she could choose it if she wanted. She didn't. Not yet. Kira watched them all, helmet off, sweat freezing at her temples. Her mind ran through protocols on reflex, discarding each one. There was no manual for architecture that learned as you fought it. Shaw crouched near the open side door, listening through his earpiece. His posture wasn't command-ready. It was accounting, adjusting losses, waiting for the next variable. "Harrow shelf in 2 minutes," the pilot called. Volkov leaned toward the window, notebook trembling on her knee. "The seismic pattern isn't dispersing, it's tracking us." "Good," Shaw said. "We want it committed." "Not that committed," Nico muttered. The helicopter dipped, and the world fell away. Harrow 4, or what remained of it. The shelf looked hollowed from below, plates of ice tilted at wrong angles, cracks spiraling outward, glowing faintly with the same light they'd seen under McMurdo. "It didn't break this place," Volkov said. "It mapped it." The helicopters dropped into a sheltered wedge between towering slabs. Marines were already moving as the skids touched down, spreading into a tight perimeter. Weapons hummed. Cold knifed into Kira's lungs the moment her boots hit the ice. "Holt's coordinates are east, 2 clicks." "Her last stand," Nico said. Ro elbowed him hard. Nico shut up. The third helicopter settled behind them. The snow beneath it lifted, not from downdraft, but from below. Kira felt it before she saw it. She turned her head slightly. "Colonel." Shaw followed her gaze. His jaw tightened. "Hold positions." Silence pressed down, thick enough to hurt. Then the ice split. Darkness opened, threaded with light. Shapes rose, thin at first, then thickening, unfolding into structures that didn't repeat themselves twice. Kira didn't stare. She said only, "That's faster than McMurdo." "Line them up," Shaw snapped. Weapons came alive. The first contact was brutal and brief. Blasts tore holes through alien geometry, freezing and shattering sections of it, only for the light inside to reroute, edges hardening, movement sharpening. "They're learning," Volkov shouted. "Faster this time." The ice answered with screams. A Marine went down, frozen mid-step. Another was dragged free, missing more than armor. Fractures spread outward, each new crack another invitation. Ro leaned close to Kira. "We're not holding." "No," Kira said. "We're not supposed to." The ground shook again, deeper this time. Volkov's pencil snapped. "That's not the core. It's a pathway. It's leading mass toward the waterline." "Exactly what Holt tried," Nico said. Kira looked back to Shaw. "If it commits here, the shelf won't carry it." Shaw didn't hesitate. "Prepare to fall back." Around them, alien forms surged, broke, reformed. Marines fired in staggered patterns, buying meters, not ground. "This place is a death spiral," Ro said. "If we stay, it swallows us." Kira nodded once. "Then we make it follow." Shaw raised his voice. "Fall back. Controlled retreat now." They moved under fire, pulling wounded, abandoning gear. Kira dragged Cass toward the nearest helicopter as something lashed the ice behind them, carving a trench where they'd been seconds before. The last barrier went down in a storm of white. A structure rose to full height behind them. Kira's voice cut through the noise. "Colonel, now. Delta 2, full burn." The structure shattered under the blast, fragments evaporating into mist. "For now," Shaw muttered. The helicopters lifted hard, rotors screaming. Kira looked down as they rose. The Harrow field was moving. Alien geometry flowed toward the shelf edge from every direction, drawn into a single vector, toward Holt's coordinates, toward the drop. Cass exhaled, shaking. Roe covered his hand with his own. Harrow 4's grave, Nico said. Kira didn't look away. It won't be a grave if we do this right. Below them, the ice cracked wider, and the thing beneath followed.
Chapter 37. The Stalker of Symmetry. The helicopters banked low over the broken plain, following the jagged spine of the Harrow shelf. The storm had thinned to a gray veil, but the wind was rising. An unsteady, pulsing rhythm made the rotor blades tremble at uneven intervals, as if the weather itself were syncing with something moving below. Kira felt it before she heard it. A second pulse beneath the first. Sub-bass, felt in the ribcage, not the ears. The alpha entity. "Colonel," she said quietly, "it's coming up." Shaw didn't ask how she knew. He wore the same hollow recognition she felt herself. Once you'd seen it change to match you, the pattern stayed. "Pilot," Shaw barked. "Angle right. Set us down near the shelf break." The helicopter dipped. Snow rattled against the hull. Volkov braced herself, eyes locked on her meter as the needle jumped so violently it blurred. "It's growing," she said, "pulling mass from the lower fractures, condensing." "Into what?" Nico asked. Volkov swallowed. "Something that doesn't need to choose targets anymore." No one answered. Below them, the ice shifted. Wide plates slid against each other as cracks raced outward, sketching shapes too deliberate to be random. Cass pressed close to the window. "Those aren't new fractures," she whispered. "That's the old Harrow layout, power grid, access lines." "You're saying it's rebuilding the base?" she said. "Not rebuilding," Volkov said. "Remembering." A bright pulse erupted ahead, white, clean, rising. The pilot swore and jerked the stick. A column unfolded from the ice, not light, but geometry. Flat planes rotated in impossible alignment, always presenting a surface, never a hole. "Probe?" Roe asked. "No, sensor. It's mapping the helicopters." "Break it," Shaw snapped. Drain fire punched through the rotating planes. The geometry shattered into shards that evaporated before they touched down. More columns rose. A ring began to form. Then everything stopped. No movement, no pulses, just pressure, thickening, compressing the air around them. Kira gripped the doorframe. "It's coordinating." Shaw exhaled slowly. This is the part Holt didn't get to record. The shelf ahead split open. Ice peeled apart, revealing a vast hollow beneath, black, domed, threaded with pale veins of light. Something moved inside it, not separate structures, one mass, constrained by space it no longer fit. "Down here," Shaw ordered. "We hold the ridge." The helicopters landed hard. Marines spilled out, forming a perimeter out of habit more than hope. Kira hit the ice, boots sliding before she caught herself. Volkov stepped forward, notebook forgotten. "Kira, look!" The alpha entity rose. Not a pillar, not a sheet, a polyform mass taller than any structure Harrow had ever housed. Thousands of rotating planes, each offset by fractions of a degree. Its surface was a library, ice fractals, grid lines, sound signatures. The ghost of Holt's diagrams burned into its geometry. Voices leaked from within, human, layered, misaligned. "Do not let in. We. Kira." Nico flinched. "It knows our names." "No," Volkov said. "It knows our patterns, every vibration we ever made." The alpha shifted, one surface aligned. It mimicked Kira's voice. "Stop." Cass stumbled. Roe caught her. Kira didn't answer it. She only turned slightly. "Colonel?" Shaw nodded once. All units, prepare. The Alpha moved, not toward them, around them. The ground flowed, reshaping itself, lowering behind the helicopters, cutting retreat. It's boxing us, Shaw snapped. Kira felt the shift in the ice, the intent beneath it. It's closing the loop. Shaw didn't hesitate. Fire, controlled burst. Drain fire screamed against the Alpha's nearest surfaces, frosted, darkened, fractured inward. For a single second, it seemed to stagger. Then it reformed, flowing backward, recalculating. Volkov shouted, "It's counterphasing the drain!" Shaw swore. "All units, full charge." The response was immediate. The ground surged. Black glass geometry rolled outward like a tide. Marines went down, some frozen mid-motion, others simply erased beneath the surface. "Losses," Shaw yelled. "Fall back to the shelf edge." Kira hauled Cass behind a tilted slab as the shockwave passed, teeth rattling in her skull. The Alpha bent, an impossible fold, and projected a rotating panel outward. Images flickered across it. Echo Point, the crew, their own faces, layered and distorted. It was showing what it had taken. Kira rose into a half-crouch. "You wanted Holt's core," she said to Shaw. "This is it." He met her eyes. "Then this is where we make it heavy." The Alpha leaned towards them, one vast plane aligning like a face. Kira held its gaze. "Follow us," she whispered. The ice cracked in a straight line from its base to her boots, as if drawing a path. Volkov's voice shook. "It understands intention. It's matching your vector." Shaw turned and shouted, "Retreat to the shelf! Move!" The Alpha answered, not with motion, but with alignment. "We follow." The ground split wider, and the chase began.
Chapter 38. The Vault Below. They set down on what passed for stable ground. The last light bled out of the sky as the helicopters dropped into a jagged bowl of ice beneath Harold's shelf. Wind tore up the cliff face, carrying breath from a deeper dark below. The ground boomed under Kira's boots, hollow and drum-like, telling her there wasn't much between them and open water. Shaw jogged beside her, visor down. "Primary access shafts 80 meters ahead," he shouted. "Holt's deep core samples went through there. If it anchored itself anywhere, it's that shaft." "And we cut the cord," Nico said, hefting his pack of charges. Marines spread out among the leaning ice slabs, weapons low but ready. The wounded had been left with the second helicopter. Everyone else was here. Rose stayed close to Cass, one hand steady at her elbow as the ice tilted. Her arm was strapped tight, breath short but controlled. "You don't have to go down," he said. Cass snorted. "We're done splitting up." Volkov moved with her meter pinned hard into the red. "It's not tracking," she said when Kira asked. "It's waiting." The shaft came into view. Once clean and reinforced, it now gaped wide, its lip chewed jagged by subsidence. Ice along the rim was smoothed by repeated flow, something passing again and again. Nico peered down. "Feels like a throat." Shaw made the call. "North, Volkov, Reyes, Rowe, one of mine. The rest hold the perimeter and the birds." Kiera nodded. Smaller footprint, less pattern. They rigged the line and dropped flares. The light fell a long way before striking metal far below. 45 meters, Volkov said, solid bottom. Kiera clipped in and went first. Inside the shaft, sound changed. The rotor thump faded until there was only breath and the faint crackle of shifting ice. Scratches marked the walls. Boots, crampons, dragged gear. Holt's team, climbing until they hadn't. She dropped the last meters onto steel. The platform below was half sunk into the ice, ringed by drilled cores like reversed stalagmites. Pale filigree creeped across the walls. Frost that wasn't frost, branching with intent.
Holt gave it ladders, Volkov said softly. Every borehole. And it climbed, Rowe murmured. Shaw joined them, eyes sweeping the chamber. Direction? Volkov tapped the wall. There's a cavity behind this, bigger than the shaft, reinforced when Harrow was built. Nico was already working. Point me to the teeth. Volkov traced faint radial scars in the ice, support spiders. Cut these, and when the mass beneath shifts, the shelf fails clean. Including us, Nico said. Only if we're still here, Kiera replied. They worked fast. Charges went in at intersecting nodes. Shaw and the Marine covered the shaft as the filigree thickened, creeping toward heat and breath. Kiera moved her light across the chamber and saw the body. Dr. Samira Holt was frozen into the ice near a manual lever, locked down. Her face was calm, jaw set. She did it. She trapped it here, died holding it. Shaw dipped his head. She bought us time. Then we use it, Kiera said. The ice pulsed. Once. Slow. Inward. It feels us, Volkov said. Mass is shifting. How long? Shaw asked. Minutes, Kiera said. Enough. Nico snapped the last connection into place. We're wired. The filigree recoiled as Delta II brushed it with a low drain burst, shrinking back and leaving frosted scars. The hum in the walls tightened, finding a new note. Time, Shaw said. They moved for the rope. The shaft felt different now, air thick, motes drifting the wrong way. As they gathered at the base, the floor lorched. Mass loading, Volkov said. It's under us. Good, Nico said thinly. That's the plan, right? Rowe went first. Cass followed, efficient despite her injury. Volkov climbed next. Nico paused only long enough to meet Kiera's eyes. If it talks, don't listen. Climb. Kiera went after him. Halfway up, the walls pulsed. For a heartbeat, the ice looked like glass, patterned with vast nervous diagrams. The filigree was wiring. The hum rose in her teeth. A voice climbed with her. Kiera. It wasn't sound, it was vibration, replayed in tension. You did so well at echo. She kept climbing. Above her, Cass glanced down once. Keep moving, Cass said. You're not my favorite ghost. The rope shuddered. Something tugged experimentally at the bottom. Shaw, Kiera called. A hiss of pressure, a sharp, controlled drain burst. The tug snapped loose. Let it be angry later. Move. Hands hauled Kiera over the rim. She rolled clear as Shaw and Delta II followed, armor rimed where something had brushed them. The ice flexed, not cracking, flexing, like a lung drawing breath. Too much more mass and this won't be on our terms, Volkov said. They ran for the helicopters. Cracks arrowed out from the shaft, converging toward a point further along the shelf. Beneath their boots, the rhythm deepened. It was coming. Kiera's hand brushed the detonator. Not yet, Volkov said. We need more of it under us. How much? Nico panted. Volkov smiled without humor. Enough that it kills us if we misjudge. Ahead, the helicopters loomed against the dark. Beyond them, the shelf dropped away into blackness. The vault below was awake, and they were about to invite all of it to the edge.
Chapter 39. The Last Line. By the time they reached the shelf edge, the ice had already started to move. From above, it looked almost slow, a continent breathing out. Plates slid centimeters at a time, seams widening, pressure lines ghosting through the snow. Kiera felt the truth of it in her knees and teeth. This wasn't weather, it was weight. The helicopters set down in a staggered triangle on the flattest section Holt had marked. Beyond the skids, the shelf broke away into a slate-dark ribbon of open water far below, grinding patiently at the ice face. Wind scoured the landing zone, hurling snow like blown glass. "Move," Shaw barked as the doors slammed open. "We don't get a second layout." Marines spilled out, weapons humming as they took positions. Kira pulled her helmet down, the world narrowing to HUD and breath. Volkov jumped beside her, meter pinned hard into the red, Holt's notebook crushed against her chest. Cass landed stiffly. Rose steadied her without a word. Nico came last, burdened with cables and charges. "Northeast quadrant," Shaw shouted, pointing to half-buried stakes. "Holt's mapped fault. We build the line there." Kira nodded and moved. Under everything, the wind, the surf, the scrape of ice, ran the hum, almost audible now, a chord vibrating in bone. "It's condensing mass," Volkov said, "centering." "Good," said Shaw. "Give it somewhere to fall." At the first marker, Nico dropped to a scoured patch of ice, translucent and webbed with stress. "Here, chain the charges along the fracture. When they go, the shelf carves clean." Rowe passed him a block. Nico set it, adhesive hissing. Behind them, Harrow's field moved. Alien geometry poured toward the edge, not rushing, not hesitating, filling weak points like a tide. "We've run low on charges," Rose said. "Then we aim well," Nico said. Shaw walked the line, spacing his teams. Irregular fire, no rhythm. A tremor rolled through the shelf. To their right, a city block of ice sheared off and fell. The impact boomed up through the rock, spray freezing into diamond dust. "That," Nico said, quietly, but closer. "Contacts!" someone shouted. The leading edge crested the rise, dozens of forms, each wrong, moving in consensus. Hydro drains spun up. "Hold," yelled Shaw. "Make them commit." They came on, light pulsed inside them, patterns folding too fast to follow. Drain fire tore holes, carved dead zones. Some collapsed and went dark, others split and kept coming. "They're bending around the charges," Nico said. "They know the shelf," Volkov said. "They watched her plan this. Then we lie, make somewhere else look weaker." A tall lattice lurched toward a thin point where two Marines were down. Before Shaw could swing, Rowe stepped out and fired 3 short pulses. The hits didn't shatter it, but it stuttered it enough to draw it. "Left, 3rd string," Nico shouted. Rowe veered. Cass stayed with him, hand on his harness. The lattice followed, calculus adjusting. "Now," Volkov said. A Marine lost a brutal cone at the lattice's base. It flash-frozen and fragmented, toppling into glitter that evaporated short of the line. "That's one," Cass said, breath tight. The shelf groaned, low, massive, not a crack, a remembering of gravity. Volkov went pale. "Stress lines are overloading." "Nico, status," Shaw snapped. "3rd segment armed. When it goes, it goes." Ahead, the mass merged. Several structures flowed together into a single towering form. The light inside it was denser, faster. Wrong. "Central node," Volkov said, or close. The thing reached the lip and stopped. Even the smaller forms paused, held in some internal command. Sound rippled through the air, language adjacent. Helm speakers popped. Holt's voice looped. "Down." Kira's own, stolen. "Trust the rope." Others followed. Names, fragments, echoes. "Don't listen," Kira said. "It's noise." The mass tipped, not toward them, but toward the edge, testing load, calculating. "It knows," Volkov whispered. "It knows what we want." Shaw stepped forward, weapon tight. "All units," he called, voice carrying clean through the chaos. "Hold this line. No fallback. Drain it dry if you have to. This is it." Acknowledgements crackled back.
Nico's denectonator blinked amber. "We wait," said Shaw, "until it commits." The hum spiked, second harmonic. Kira felt it in teeth and bone as the towering form shifted its weight. The ice sagged beneath it. "That's it," Volkov gasped. "Mark," Shaw said. Nico thumbed the denectonator. Amber flipped to white. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the shelf under the central mass turned to light.
Chapter 40. The Symmetry. The countdown died at 1. Kira hit the switch. For half a heartbeat, nothing changed. The world stayed exactly as it had been. White sky, black fissures, alien geometry rearing from the ice, while the helicopters crouched behind the ridge like animals that had wandered into the wrong place. Then the shelf moved. It wasn't an explosion. It was a sound below hearing, a deep bodily wrench as the charges lit in sequence, racing along stress lines Harrow's engineers had once drawn on paper and never truly believed they would use. The ice under their boots bucked, cracks shot outward in sharp, radiating lines. A nearby structure froze mid-motion, its inner light flaring white before blowing out into a storm of glitter the wind couldn't quite catch. "Hold!" Shaw shouted, though there was nothing to hold on to but the ridge itself. The world groaned. A fracture opened along the horizon, wide, brutal, kilometers long. Snow slid into it in slow avalanches. Lights surged up from below, the pallid glow they had chased across the continent, now shot through with darker green, the color of deep water. "Mass drop!" Volkov yelled, staring at her useless blur of her analog meter. "We've got it. It's going with the shelf." Beyond the ridge, the Harrow field began to fold. Alien structures reacted in frantic unison. Lattices thickened, spirals flattened. Long anchoring struts stabbed into the ice, only to slide, each anchor point becoming its own drifting island. The shelf did not care. A slab the size of a city block dropped half a meter in a single lurch. Fractures intersected, breaking the surface into tilted polygons, each beginning its own slow fall. Farther out, something rose higher than the rest, the core. It was too much geometry for the eye to hold, mirrored planes folding through one another, light pulsing in collapsing patterns as it tried to reconfigure faster than physics allowed. "It's off balance," Volkov breathed. "That's the main computation." The ground beneath it sagged, support struts drove outward like spider legs, but every contact point slid, every surface betraying it. For one terrible second, Kira thought it might succeed. The geometry aligned, the thing simplified, collapsing into a single perfect configuration, a faceted diamond of black ice, smooth, stable, symmetrical. Then the shelf broke properly. The horizon dipped. Ice carved along the fault line and vanished into darkness. The diamond dropped with the slab beneath it, cutting a clean path through the collapsing field. Smaller entities clung to its surface, tearing loose as the acceleration grew. There was no sound from it, only light, flaring brighter and brighter as it fell, until the chasm whited out. The impact came a breath later. A green-white flash tore up from below. The ground jumped as displaced ocean slammed into the cavity, shock waves ripping outward and shattering more ice. Steam and shattered frost roared skyward, past the ridge, past the helicopters, into the low sky. Then the light began to die. Not all at once, in patches, in flickers, like a city losing power block by block. Kira counted without realizing she was doing it. When she reached 10 and nothing brightened again, she let out her breath. "It's sinking," Volkov said, disbelief threaded with awe. Below the thermocline, the structure can't hold together in that much motion. Short version? Nico gasped. We're drowning it. Shaw straightened slowly. Check sectors, he ordered. No one assumes clean. The Marines swept the field. What remained of the alien mass was already sliding, bases losing grip, fragments breaking away and vanishing into the chasm. Kiera watched one spire tilt and fall. For an instant she thought she saw a familiar shape ripple across its surface, something like a face. Then it shattered and went dark. Then there was only ice and wind and the distant sound of the ocean reclaiming what never belonged to them. The ridge steadied beneath her boots. The hum was gone. Kiera rested a gloved hand against the ice and felt nothing answer back. For the first time since the storm swallowed the world, the silence held.
Epilogue. The world didn't end with a roar. It ended in silence. Kira sat on the overturned sled outside the temporary field tent, watching the horizon thin from bruised purple to a pale, uncertain blue. Morning, or something like it. The storm had spent itself overnight. Snow lay smooth over the crater where Harrow had once stood, a single, unbroken sheet. It looked peaceful. Behind her, one of the surviving Marines coughed into a mask. Two others sat by a heater, boots thawing, faces hollow with exhaustion. A medic checked the pulse of the man they had pulled free in pieces. He was still alive. For now. Cass and Rose stood a short distance away, speaking quietly. Not the brittle closeness of crisis, but something smaller. Cass nudged his shoulder once. He smiled back, a real smile, unguarded. Nico sat cross-legged near the generator, tools spread in a careless fan. He wasn't fixing anything. Just moving, as if stopping might invite the ground to open again. Volkov paced the crater's edge, notebook open, pencil tapping a rhythm that steadied her. There was nothing left to measure. Still, she watched the ice, waiting. Kira understood. Part of her was waiting too. Weak radio static trembled in from the south. Shaw stepped out of the tent, coat pulled tight. Amundson's trying to raise us, he said. No imaging yet. Just a pulse. He exhaled. They don't know what happened. Kira nodded. What do we tell them? She brushed frost from her gloves. Tell them we're alive. Tell them Echo is lost. Harrow is gone. McMurdo is gone. Tell them the anomaly isn't moving. Shaw studied her, then nodded once. That'll do. Cass approached, her face pale but clear-eyed. It's quiet, she said. Kira tilted her head. You hear something? Cass closed her eyes. Listened. Then shook her head. No. That's what I mean. The hum was gone. The pressure. The sense of something listening back. Now there was only wind. Nico wandered over. You think it's really gone? Volkov answered without looking up. The mass collapsed. Geometry disrupted. If anything remains, it's deep. And slow. Nico grimaced. Good enough. Kira stood, joint stiff, and looked across the white expanse. Then she saw it, a faint depression in the snow. Small. Circular. She crouched and brushed the surface clear. A perfect mark. As if something had tapped the ice once, gently. Kira covered it again. Let it be over, she said. Shaw's voice carried from the tents. Evac in 20. Birds inbound. Cass exhaled. Roe touched Kira's shoulder, grounding her, then stepped away. Kira took one last look at the crater and the fragile stillness around it. Let's go home, she said. If home still existed. The wind rose,